Good evening, everyone. Having already provided the land acknowledgement earlier this evening, I'd like to call this public meeting of council to order for November 5th. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interests? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda of the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. We have one item this evening. Planning Advisory Committee meetings were attached, but anyways, it's Z 10-24, 9 Bennett Street. This meeting has been called to consider the application under the City of Pembroke zoning bylaw 2020-05 to rezone the property municipally known as 9 Bennett Street from a residential type 4-29 R429 zone to a residential type 4-15 R415 zone. Clerk, would you please provide a report on how notice was given to the public?
Notice was given by mail to all owners of property within a 120-meter radius of the subject land, by email to all applicable agencies, and was posted on site on October 4th, 2024.
Thank you. I'd ask for a report from Mr. Hutton in respect to planning, being our city planner.
Thank you, Your Worship. The applicant of this application, Mark Andreas of C Squared Inc., on behalf of the property owners, has submitted a site plan proposing the addition of 12 dwelling units to the existing apartment dwelling of 38 dwelling units at 9 Bennett Street. This would make it an apartment dwelling of a total of 50 dwelling units. The proposed addition would be configured within the current courtyard of the existing building. As such, the building footprint would not be exteriorly expanded. The proposed configuration would meet requirements of the Ontario Building Code to allow for windows and light as required for each applicable room by maintaining small openings between the proposed new dwellings, which you can see on the building plans that are attached in your agenda packages. The property is currently zoned residential type 4, special exception 29 by the zoning bylaw. The R429 zoning explicitly permits a 38-unit residential apartment dwelling in addition to 2 apartment dwellings containing 12 dwelling units each, along with reduced privacy yard permitted for the 38-unit apartment building. So the proposed R4-15 zoning is required to change the aforementioned configuration of the permitted buildings and the number of dwelling units, as well as to carry over the current site-specific relief from privacy yard provisions for the existing building, as well as to grant new site-specific relief for courts. The proposed zoning would simply remove the current provision limiting the existing building to 38 dwelling units, along with the provision limiting any future development to 2 apartment dwellings of 12 dwelling units each. Instead, for general residential type 4 permitted uses and zone provisions to apply instead. All this would mean is that any future additions to the building or any development of separate buildings on the property, they would be permitted based on their ability to simply meet standard R4 provisions for apartment dwellings and or cluster housing. Regarding courts, the zoning bylaw has a requirement that if a court exists in a building that it has to be a certain size. Relief from this provision is required to be included in the proposed site-specific zoning to allow for the proposed configuration of the proposed addition. As the existing court will be reduced to multiple miniature courts, whose sole purpose are to meet the Ontario Building Code standards for windows, as opposed to being used as true courtyards. For example, the only access to and from these mini courts would be for emergency purposes only. The intent for the standard R4 courts provision is redundant in this case. The existing building, along with its proposed interior addition, meets all other standard R4 provisions for apartment dwellings, save for the already mentioned privacy yards and courts provisions. Minimums for lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, rear yard setback, interior side yard setback, landscaped open space, and maximum building height requirements are all met and or exceeded. Therefore, this application can be viewed as being very much meeting the intent of the zoning bylaw. Regarding parking, the zoning bylaw requires 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit for an apartment dwelling. In the case of this application, that puts the total number of required spaces at 75. This application meets and exceeds that requirement, as there are 77 parking spaces shown on the application. The property is designated mixed use under the city's official plan. According to this section of the official plan, this area shall be developed as a mixed-use area comprising new commercial and residential development and existing uses. As this application involves new residential development within an existing residential use, it can be viewed as being directly in keeping with the property's official plan designation. Regarding the official plan's direction in terms of residential development, the official plan states that the city will encourage all forms of residential intensification that creates a supply of new housing units, and that council's policy is that through the intensification of land use in existing built-up areas involving infill, redevelopment, and the conversion of existing buildings, we will accommodate new residential units. The proposed zoning is absolutely in keeping with this direction in the official plan, as, again, the proposed addition of 12 new dwelling units in an already built-up area will contribute to new housing stock through intensification. Regarding transportation in the official plan, Bennett Street itself is designated as a local road. That's stated. The property is within 350 meters of Boundary Road and Paul Martin Drive River Road, both designated as collector roads. This means that the property is well located for efficient vehicular movement within the city, being near both east and west and north-south collector roads, as well as to beyond the city via Paul Martin Drive to Highway 17. Regarding servicing, the official plan directs that all residential development shall be adequately serviced. In this case, full water and sanitary sewer servicing exists to the building, and the requirement of both site plan approval and a building permit for the proposed addition will trigger the approval of the operations department to ensure adequate servicing capacity. Regarding the new provincial policy statement of 2024 that just came into effect a few weeks ago, the new statement says that planning authorities shall provide for an appropriate range and mix of housing options and densities by permitting and facilitating all types of residential intensification, including development and introduction of new housing options within previously developed areas, which results in a net increase in residential units. Again, as this application proposes residential intensification within a previously developed building in a previously developed area, and it introduces new housing options and results in a net increase in residential units. This is highly in keeping with the new provincial planning statement. And should this application be approved, again, site plan approval will be required, as this involves the addition of more than 11 dwelling units. And as such, the planning department is recommending the approval of this zoning bylaw amendment application for 9 Bennett Street from a residential type 429 zone to a residential type 415 zone for 9 Bennett Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Was there anyone in opposition of the application?
No, Your Worship. There have been no inquiries nor submissions of opposition to the application.
Thank you. And in support of the application?
We have the applicant, Mark Andreas. He is present via Zoom tonight.
Good evening, Mr. Andreas. Did you wish to speak to this public meeting? Muted, Mr. Andreas.
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you, and thank you for taking our application. I'm happy to answer any question, but we're excited about the project, and we're looking to improve the quality of the building and maximize the use of the void space in the middle. And I'm happy to answer any question if you guys have any question for me.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Is there a report from Planning and Development Committee of Council from the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee? Councillor Keel?
Thank you, Your Worship. The committee unanimously approved this particular matter. The discussion included that this is quite an ingenious way of, Mr. Hutton's talked about infilling. This is about as definitional to infilling as one could get, building inside of a courtyard of an existing building. It was noted that the belief of the committee was that certainly we want to see more apartments in the city of Pembroke as part of our housing strategy, and so again, this was unanimously supported by the PAAC.
Thank you. So is there any questions from councillors of either Mr. Andreas or Councillor Keel? Councillor Jacquinot?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Andreas, nice to see a project moving forward. My only concern is because of the density of the apartments. Has there been any concern about fire and evacuation? Is there anything done? It meets the building code, but do you personally have any concerns about fire? Like, I know the building, I've seen it, I've lived here all my life, But I've often thought, if there ever was an issue, we could have a problem. Do you see that?
We were lucky with the existing building that has 4 exits in 4 directions. So part of our study for the project, I'm not sure if I can share my screen. The first initial study for the project, we did something called travel distance for every single unit of the building, and all of them are way less than the maximum required travel distance, which is 45 meter. I believe the longest we have is 29, and that meets the code, but also safe. One more recommendation came from the building department when we had the first review, which is adding exit windows to those courts and exit doors to the courts, which another safety layer that was not required, but we like the recommendation and we implemented in our design. And again, one more recommendation came from the fire department, which is having a lock box at the door, which is something easy to implement in a future plan. So from safety perspective, we are confident that the new units will have safe passage in case of emergency.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that from you. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of council? Okay, seeing none. If the public wishes to be notified of council's decision, please contact Mr. Hutton at City Hall. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn this public meeting of council. I have Councilor Purcell, seconded by Councilor Keel. Those in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andreas.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening again, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof of the Planning and Development Committee of November 5th, 2024? Seeing none, we need an approval of the agenda, of the meeting agenda, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. The approval of the minutes of the Planning and Development Committee of October 1st, 2024, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Questions? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, number 6, presentations and delegations. We welcome the Pembroke 50 Senior Active Living Centre Group. Welcome. And could you introduce yourself, please, so all members of council will know who you are?
Good evening, everybody. Chair, Mayor Jerva, and councillors. My name is Connie Ball. I am the newly elected president of Pembroke's 50-plus Active Living Centre, and I have with me today Paula Selkirk, our board secretary. We are here today to present our annual report as required under our strategic partnership agreement.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Pembroke's 50-plus Senior Active Living Centre, which I'll refer to as the centre from now on because it is quite a mouthful, was incorporated in March of 1975. We've been residents of our current location at 42 Renfrew Street since 1977, and we've seen many changes since that time, including name changes, conditions of membership, expansions of demographics, and of course, funding. The SLAC for the Senior Active Living Centre program is established by the Seniors Active Living Centres Act of Ontario, which defines the program's purpose to be to promote active and healthy living, social engagement, and learning for persons who are primarily seniors by providing them with activities and services. This ministry is responsible for the overall management, stewardship, and oversight of these SLAC's fundings and program delivery, and it includes setting the policy direction and program funding while ensuring that operators such as us comply with the terms of their transfer payment agreements and the program guidelines. The ministry also provides information to us about other government programs for older adults and seniors that are relevant and may be of interest to them, their families, and caregivers in their community. Through our partnership agreement with the city, we provide a variety of programs and activities to support Pembroke's senior ratepayers and community members. We are incorporated and such must have proper governance in place. At our annual general meeting held in June of 2024, a newly elected board of directors was formed. We've been very busy ensuring that our obligations are satisfied, including a review of all of our processes and programs. Next slide, please. Our mission statement, along with our values, are focal to everything we do at the center, and this was one of the first things that we had a look at. It was well in place for us, and we continue to follow these missions and values. Next slide, please. Along with that is our newly developed strategic priorities. These are new to us this year, and they're going to provide the support of our vision for the center. And we are currently in the process of preparing the strategic plan to guide us over the next few years. Next slide, please. So the next few slides provide a foundation of demographics and information pertinent to the enhancement of our programs and services and provides us the information we need to prioritize our activities, particularly in light of scarce resourcing. So we utilize the 2021 census data to provide the statistics. As you can see, 4 years ago, Pembroke's senior population was about 47% of Pembroke's total population. We expect that this number is now closer to 50%. Women over 50 represent approximately 57% of the senior population in the city of Pembroke. Next slide, please. As of 30th of September, our total members were 443, and of those, 26% are men, and our average age is between the ages of 70 to 74. Next slide, please. Of our 443 members, the majority of them reside in Pembroke. All but approximately 7% of our total membership reside in Renfrew County. And that's why the little thingies are pulled out of this circle. The rest of the entire circle, with the exception of those, are Renfrew County and then broken down accordingly. Next slide, please. So as previously stated, the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibilities defines the program categories that approved senior active living centers must satisfy in at least one program with the delivery of their overall programming, and that's on your left-hand column. The City of Pembroke in our partnership agreement have identified programs which I have reconciled to the ministries for presentation and reporting purposes. We have reviewed the amount of reporting we have to do and are streamlining our administration to ensure that our reports are focused correctly. So we will be following the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility's guidelines on program categories. And as you can see, the request from the city, it marries in quite nicely. The last column is a list of our activities and services and programs that the center offers to satisfy our obligations and to ensure that our members are receiving the activities that they are interested in and meet our strategic objectives. We do review these activities on a regular basis. Our centre would not be able to offer the programs it does if it were not for the generosity of our volunteers. Of our membership base, approximately 1/3 of these members volunteer in one form or another. We have volunteers who perform office administrative duties. Some work regularly at our teas and lunches. Some help fix things or help with setup. Some teach our courses, and some just bake goods. From January to September, we have logged over 3,000 volunteer hours. We expect this number is low, as we have just recently revamped our reporting requirements and are continuing to streamline the process of reporting our volunteer hours. Next slide, please. As part of the streamlining of the process, we'll also be changing these categories to follow the program categories that I talked about in a previous slide, but we'll make that change effective in our new year commencing April 1st. As you can see, physical activities and cards and games draw the most participants. Our health and wellness stats are mostly around physical activities, and we will be making reporting adjustments accordingly. We are very busy. Next slide, please. Just as important as our volunteers are our community partners. They assist us in various ways, including funding, advertising, food service support, programming, teachers, instructors, and mentoring. Next slide. The amounts you see on these slides are for the 6 months ended September 2024. We at the centre operate on a fiscal year commencing 1 April. So in the first box, it's our revenues. We receive approximately 50% of our funding from grants. The balance comes from membership fees, donations, and other fundraising efforts. The amounts indicated with a star will double for the balance of the year. The ministry, the Ontario Ministry provides annually us with $50,000, and this has increased from last year over $42,700. We receive the grant quarterly. The City of Pembroke provides us with $8,400 annually. This amount has not changed for well over a decade. We receive this money at various times throughout the year, but usually after budget deliberations. We apply for every possible grant we are eligible for. This year we applied for a tech grant from the Ontario government, and we were able to improve our antiquated computer lab and teaching aids. We expect to receive almost another $3,000 from the federal income tax program for our contribution to the Canadian Volunteer Income Tax Program, which we participate in. This program is available to all Canadians who meet certain criteria as laid out by the federal government, and last year we processed upwards of 300 returns. Our funding and donations are expected to rise by about 50% approximately. We do not expect a large influx of membership for the balance of this fiscal year. However, that said, we've enrolled about 30 new members since the end of September. Expenses are expected to double from what you see on this slide. Rent to the city escalates every January. Last year, the rent increased by 2.5%. Repairs and maintenance include an annual cost for various minor repairs such as washroom fixtures and, of course, our annual charge for the maintenance of the lift for approximately $2,000. And we are constantly on the outlook for creative ways to generate more funds and to reduce expenses, but it is getting harder and harder to make any more reductions. We do expect to be in a very small positive position for the balance of this, or for the end of this fiscal year. Next slide. We're very excited about our future. Issues that we have to consider as we venture forward include our shifting demographics, which I've identified, our current hours of operation. Our current hours of operation are Mondays to Fridays, 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Our space limitations, we have demand for additional programming. We have to improve our health and wellness offerings, we know that, and we have limited resources. So we are starting slowly by looking to expand our hours of operation outside the current 9 to 4, Monday to Friday. We are also looking to provide additional programs, and we are also looking to expand our partnerships. We know we need to make adjustments to ensure that we are providing a balance of programs and hours of operation to not only attract those seniors who are currently working and entice them to become members, but to ensure that our current membership are provided with the quality programming that they demand. Along with our strategic planning, offerings for working seniors are our priorities. Thank you for your time and interest today. I am leaving membership forms here for those of you who would like to join.
We're too young.
It's 50 plus now, and a copy of our newsletter.
Connie and Paula, thank you. Members of council, questions? Councillor Keel, Deputy Mayor?
Ms. Ball, Ms. Selkirk, thank you so much for coming in. This certainly left me with the impression that this is probably one of those gems of the city that if people aren't aware of them, they should become aware of them. I think there's at least a couple councillors at this table that unfortunately don't qualify, but maybe you should have an honorary membership category. Otherwise, Councillor Plummer and I are just here to watch. With respect to any number of matters, I've come to learn that the centre truly is a gem of the city. In addition to the things that you just listed, which I won't repeat, I know you also lobby on behalf of seniors, whether it's to us or other aspects of the local community. I know you've been involved, for instance, in the transit discussions and things like that. And I think that's hugely important. The reality is seniors are not just a large demographic, they're generally considered also to be a more vulnerable demographic. And to have your voice and to have your center as a place where they can go, and I want to particularly point out the learning opportunities. The athletics in that is certainly important, but I know you regularly host guest lectures on issues. I know I had the opportunity to discuss wills and powers of attorney. But I know you've also had things involving like online scams and stuff like that, and the benefit to our population with things like that, Connie, is just immeasurable. I mean, you really could be saving a senior from losing everything in terms of those computer and online information sessions that you hold. I'm glad to hear that you're continuing to look at partnerships. My one question is, I know locally, we also know that the Laurentian Valley's Fit and Feisty, certainly from an athletic point of view, is very good. I'm wondering, has there been any discussions about partnering with them on things? And I don't just say that to you. I look at my own department heads from time to time and ask if there's things that we can be partnering on in terms of efficiencies and just reaching out to different populations. Maybe people that don't know each other would find each other out. So that's my only question. Other than that, I could just sit here and praise you all night long, but there's an election and I'd like to get this night over with at some point.
Well, I'll take the praise. Thank you very much. We are actually, this will be news to Laurentian Valley. So we are actually on our list of things that we have to do, wanting to venture out and talk to our collective areas. And it's not just Laurentian Valley. Eganville, we've actually started partnering with Eganville Senior Centre right now because they are going to start the Links to Wellbeing program, and we'll coordinate with them. So we'll partner with them. They'll get I can't explain the program, somebody else has to do that, but my understanding is it's also an outreach program for seniors, and like the medical profession can take part in that. And so Eganville is going to be the hub for that, and then if they have people that they need to refer, then they will refer it back to our center. So there's lots of opportunity that way. To directly respond to your question, we have not spoken to Laurentian Valley yet, but we would like to, because I know that there are some opportunities. We have some members that are, well, Paula actually is a member of both, and they have members that are our members as well too. So we offer different things right now. Some of them are the same, but they offer different, and that's certainly one place that we want to look at from a scarce resource perspective to ensure that that we're not duplicating stuff. But for things like bus trips, which are huge with our population, sometimes the changes that have happened, legislated to us, the changes that have happened about how we now have to hire buses and we can't do it ourselves, we have to go through a third party, the costs of those things have risen. And so sometimes it's not easy to get a bus full. And then, of course, with insurance, if there's not a membership there. So we would have to work through some of that stuff, but that's certainly on our list of things to do. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fournier, did you have your hand up? I will get the deputy mayor to speak, and then if you'd like, okay? Can you hear me? Go ahead, deputy mayor.
Thank you, Chair Giacomo. Well, Connie, and Paula, thank you for coming. First of all, I want to thank you for taking on the reins of the leadership of the new committee to continue the great community partnerships that we have in Pembroke, and the seniors group is a key, vital partnership. And last term, I was vice chair of recreation, and Councillor Frenier was the chair, and still is. We coordinated a meeting with Mika Mahood and bless her soul, Mika, in the library, Carthy Regimani, to talk about partnering, coordinating programming with Parks and Recreation. And I want to thank Councillor Purcell and Lafreniere for carrying that program on, because I know you're doing that now, and you will be talking about programming with the Parks and Rec. So, for example, Winter Carnival program, and it's so important to offer the seniors that, and that we have those programs, just like the library is doing programming, and we don't want any duplication. So I'll be talking amongst the group, 3 groups, there's no duplication. Now, I told you I wouldn't put you on the spot, but I'm going to anyhow, because I've known you a long time.
I'll have to rule you out of order if you're going to put them on the spot, deputy mayor.
Okay, sorry.
You'd be gentle.
Yes, sir. We've talked a few times in the last couple of months, and the council supported the motion for a public-private partnership to look into it. And you commented that your group would like input on that. Can you comment on your vision for that, or what you're looking at, maybe, if that comes to fruition?
Well, my thought is that, again, as 50% of your population, depending on what the I'm going to call it recplex, what the recplex looks like, I see a couple of opportunities. Certainly from a senior programming perspective, we've got all kinds of activities and trainers and stuff like that, and to let you, just to model your programming. And if you identify what your programming is, then you know what your floor space needs to look like and what type of floor space that you need. Right now, we're on tile, and we're doing exercise programs that way. So, it's not always the best for your knees and your hips and all of that kind of stuff if the flooring isn't correct. So stuff like that, but also programming, and perhaps maybe a new home.
Right.
Because we're really suffering. We have one administrative office, which today was probably about 865 degrees. It was so hot because the building is old. But that's our only one administrative building, and we only have one place, a meeting place. And right now, it's a storage place too. So when you come and visit and look at it, we have to meet there, but you have to kind of compete with the boxes and the photocopier and it's completely shut down when tax season happens, because we need a private place to prepare tax returns and to discuss them with clients. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, is not only about design of the building to provide to understand what the programming is that you want to provide, but perhaps in the future, I realize it's quite a ways down, perhaps consider shifting us there in its entirety.
A shared gym or something like that in
Yes.
the office space.
Yeah.
So that's something the committee you've been in contact with the committee, Councillor Keel's the chair, so they can take care of that. But I just wanted to point that out, that, it's one possibility. So anyhow, thank you very much.
Councillor Fournier?
Good evening, ladies. I can't be there due to a cold tonight, so thank you for your presentation. I was just going to say that I thought it was a great idea that we are going to meet again. I believe you're going to meet with Claudia from our recreation department, just to discuss opportunities to further our partnership. When it comes to saying that, the space poses challenges to have fitness and different things at your location, I do believe, like Fit and Feisty, what they do is they organize exercise, but they have it out of house. They have it at the Best Western, let's say. So their members pay them, and then the Best Western Pembroke Fitness Center, allocates an hour in their gym for those members. But just food for thought. I guess I like the idea of all of our communities coming together, because you're right. I have people on my street that are part of Fit and Feisty, but they're also members at your center. So we are one community, and you know, as long as we're working together. And I know you guys are doing a great job when it comes to offering programs already through the city. So thank you, ladies. And I don't have a membership yet, but I'm definitely well over 50. So I might just, when I'm done with council, I'll have a lot more time to go on your field trips. Thank you and have a good evening.
Councilor Purcell?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I am a member, unfortunately. So lucky for you too. But that being said, I'd like to see, you know, the expansion in terms of that meeting with Parks and Recs to include the not only yourselves, but the library and the Heritage Center. I think that there's maybe an opportunity just to maximize the effectiveness in terms of the programming. Because I see some similarities in regards to, you know, some of the programs happening at various different, for different organizations such as Parks and Rec, and then the library, and then 50 Plus, you'll have something very similar. Maybe there's an opportunity to theme some of those things, or, you know, maybe not duplicate some of those efforts. So maybe that's a good opportunity there. The $8,400 that the city of Pembroke gives you, it's just more or less to offset the rent in terms of the $7,099. Is that correct?
The 8,400 that we receive,
For the grant?
yes, and the 12,000 for the rent, yes.
Yeah, it's $7,099 on here in terms of the
Well,
finance for
that-
2024,
But
12,000.
that's only 6 months.
Yeah. So a big difference from the back of the building where we get $1 a month, right?
That's right.
Again, and now we're talking 50% of the population that are over 50 years of age, so, you know, I
And a
think.
lot of your ratepayers.
And a lot of ratepayers, that's exactly it. So I think there's an opportunity for us to, when, you know, it comes budget time, to really look at, you know, how we're going to support the 50 Plus Center, because of the work that they do. I know, I understand that budgets are tight, but I think there's an opportunity to see how we can better support it as a whole. So,
We really appreciate that. We're very excited, and we do have a lot to do. Whether we're going to get through all of it or not is another story, but I have a parking lot that we just keep adding to.
well, Connie, I worked with you for many years up at CNL, and I know everything that you touch is well done to perfection. So,
Thank you
so
very
I
much.
appreciate that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Connie and Paula. Just one question. I'm astounded by the numbers. I'm not really surprised, but the demographics are changing quickly, and we're becoming the aging cohort as a civilization. You know, it's not only in Pembroke, but it's right across the country. My question to you is, do you have a handle on the number of members that are joining your organization that are not from the general area? I know there's an exodus from the cities, Toronto. I've met them, Guelph, Windsor, Waterloo. They're moving here, they're buying homes, and you know, there's an influx of building going on in the area, and I attribute it to that. But I mean, a lot of these people bring some cerebral power with them, you know, when they're retired people. Many have been connected with, who knows, you know, I met one gentleman who was an executive of Canadian Tire. He lives here in Pembroke. He was a former Toronto resident. So those kind of people may have the ability to help you in some way, whether it's through fundraising. I'm not saying we're not going to support you. I'm just saying, you know, you have to tap what's out there, tap the resources that are there. And any idea or of numbers from outside, like, I mean, outside of the greater community?
I'm not sure I completely understand the question. You mean people moving into the community?
Yeah, they're joining your club. Are they from Toronto? Are they from Windsor? Are they, you know, do you have that information? Or they just say, we're now a Pembroke resident? Is there a spot on the form? Are you new residents to the area or something of that nature, so you can get a handle on where they're coming from? I'm just out of curiosity.
We don't formally do it, but informally when people come in, because there's a couple of different ways to grab our membership. I mean, you can go to the City of Pembroke website, click on the seniors, our website comes up there, and then everything is loaded on the website. You can pick it that way. So some people just email it in and we wouldn't have a conversation with them, but others actually physically come and get the piece of paper, and then there's always communication. We don't formally do it. However, as part of our mandated requirements to the ministry, we have to survey our members annually. We are allowed to modify the survey to include some of our own questions. So that's a very good question that we could put on the survey this year and see what kind of response that we get. But there's been a few people coming in. What we're finding in some cases is We have some people coming in saying, well, my son and daughter moved here, or my daughter moved here with her children, and they're doing whatever, and I tagged along with them, kind of thing. So now I'm looking for something to do. So we are hearing those kinds of stories, but not necessarily from where they came.
Thank you. I know Georgiana and I, we were with the Tai Chi group for a few years back. It was very profound program. And I mean, as you get older, you need to do the stretching and all that good stuff. I mean, we're not we're not petrified yet, but we're slowly getting there. So programs such of that nature help seniors, so it's invaluable.
Well, Tai Chi is on Fridays at 10:30, and beginner Tai Chi is on Thursdays at 10:30. So come
Thank
on
you.
back.
Thank you for your informative report. We appreciate you coming this evening. Thank you. Evening, ladies. Thank you. Next order of business, Ms. Sorial, report to prohibit and regulate fortification.
Good evening.
Hello.
So the Pembroke Upper Ottawa Valley OPP Detachment Board recommends that the bylaw regarding the fortification of land be presented to City Council for adoption at a future council meeting. If the draft bylaw is approved by council, it will also require approval from the Ministry of the Attorney General for a proposed short form wording. So a little bit of background. In 2002, City Council passed a bylaw, being a bylaw to regulate the fortification of land and to prohibit excessive fortification of land. However, the sections of the Municipal Act regarding the ability to regulate the fortification have changed since the enactment of the 2002 bylaw. So it's being recommended that the existing bylaw be repealed and replaced with the attached draft bylaw that's part of your agenda packages. Staff have reviewed the fortification bylaws across a number of municipalities, which includes Hamilton, Mississauga, Cobourg, and Belleville, and which informed the development of the proposed bylaw referenced to in this report. Staff consulted with the Building and Bylaw Enforcement Department, as well as the Upper Ottawa Valley OPP. The detachment commander felt the issue of booby traps should be added to the proposed bylaw, and it has now been added. The bylaw will regulate in respect to the fortification of land and protective elements applied to land. So fortification refers to the act of fortifying land and buildings, which may have the undesired effect of impeding access to and from land or buildings, like installing steel bars over windows or armor-plated doors. While the application of protective elements refers to the use of devices such as surveillance equipment and perimeter warning devices like electrified fencing. The bylaw's regulation of both fortification of land and protective elements applied to this is in line with the approach used by other municipalities and the City of Pembroke's existing bylaw. So the police board has requested this bylaw update, and the draft bylaw was brought before the board at their meeting of October 29th, and they are recommending to council the approval of this updated bylaw. Excessive fortification of land or the application of excessive protective elements to land is likely to pose a serious health and safety threat to municipal and law enforcement officials, as well as emergency services personnel, as well as occupants of the land. The enactment of the bylaw will also help address concerns pertaining to the use of surveillance equipment that violates the privacy of others, such as video cameras capturing images or making recordings of a neighboring property. So there are various entities which the bylaw does not apply to, such as financial institutions, detention centers, city, provincial, federal government lands, lands occupied by police forces, courthouses, etc. So the bylaw provides for the ability for an individual to make an application for a partial or complete exemption from the bylaw, which will be sent to the Chief Administrative Officer. The Chief Administrative Officer may issue an exemption with or without conditions if there's a reasonable connection between the necessity for the exemption and rationale provided for the exemption and the nature and the extent of exemption requested. Enacting the proposed bylaw will allow the city to regulate in respect to the fortification of and protective elements applied to land and prohibit excessive fortification of land. In regards to financial implications, in the event of non-compliance, the city will have the option to have the contravention corrected at the cost of the occupant. Non-compliance may also result in charges being laid under the Provincial Offences Act. If there's any questions.
Questions of council, Councillor Keel, Councillor Plummer, Councillor Purcell.
So I'll announce what I think is my intention, which is I think I'm going to want to table this and have more thought on it. Okay, let's start with some questions. Have we had any excessively fortified places in Pembroke at the moment? Like, has this been an issue? And I don't mean that in the sense of attacking this bylaw. I mean, have we had this issue?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, we haven't had this issue, but it was recommended in 2002 to be done. The police had recommended that we have something in place should it occur. And so that's why we've always had that.
Okay, I don't disagree with the premise of the idea. I think we're all aware of what I believe were certain groups in Ontario that led to this becoming a thing. Obviously, it relates particularly with respect to police raids and stuff like that. My biggest concern is just when I read through the bylaw, there's just aspects of it that to me are vague. Just for example, at my house, prior to buying my house, somebody's boarded up / bricked up all of the basement windows. There's no windows in the basement. I don't know if that would be considered under the exemption of a normal renovate, like that's one of the exemptions. Obviously we're trying to anticipate things, but at the same time, I find the bylaw to be mildly vague. I'm not sure how much I like the idea of people having to apply for an exemption. I don't see that we're proposing any cost or fee or anything for that application, are we?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there is no fee for the application. There would be a fine should somebody, decide to have excessive fortification elements that were in contravention of the bylaw. They could be fined.
Do any of the bylaws stick to the prohibitions without having application exemptions?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, all of the bylaws that I looked at all had exemptions.
See, I don't know. To me, we're creating a whole regulatory thing where we're not covering our costs. Obviously, I don't know if the CAO would be doing it himself. I don't know if the police would be involved. I don't know who would have to look at this application. We're not even covering our staff costs and time with respect to such an app. I don't know. Like at the moment, I'm finding it hard to express myself because this just isn't the concept of it. I agree that the municipality should have such a bylaw, and I know from where it's coming. At the moment, this bylaw, it's just not sitting perfectly with me, I guess is my issue. So I'm going to leave it at that and maybe hear from the rest of the table. But I'm uneasy about what I have at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer, Councillor Purcell, and His Worship.
Thank you. I was reading the bylaw now. I can't find exactly the point was talked about surveillance cameras. Now, isn't that going against your CamSafe program? You're asking citizens to sign up for this program to have surveillance and then catch, acts of vandalism and things like that. Now, if you can only point it necessarily at your own property downwards, you're now missing the entire view, where the car was, where the hit and run happened, where the person went. It seems like you're going backwards. Why would we want to only limit understandably, you shouldn't make recordings of your neighbor and the viewing into their living room and things like that. But if you have a surveillance camera, it typically looks at your driveway and sees the road in front. Now you're saying in this bylaw, I read it somewhere, cannot do that. It has to be viewed at your own property, which seems completely redundant of having a CamSafe program.
Through
go ahead.
you, that was actually brought up at the police board. And it's not for that. It's more for if you're like somebody's in their backyard, in their pool or something like that. It's not to take away from that program and having it on your front porch and looking at at somebody coming into your house or whatever. It's more like if it's being extreme and you're pointing it towards somebody's backyard and looking at them through, like voyeurism or whatever. So that's what it's aimed at.
Okay, so that was my read through the bylaw, and that's the immediate what I came off of. You cannot
Okay.
have a camera now pointed around. So that was my issue right away. Thank you for some clarification, but maybe that's not as clear and has to be cleaned up, the language in the bylaw. Had something else. There was just a few other things. I again, as Councillor Keel said, there's a few issues I could list. Again, fortification. Like if you're going to put, some people have issues in the basement windows. Again, I thought of bars and things like that. Maybe you have something that's street level right by your driveway and it gets kicked in, or if something always happens, and why would I not steal that window? Or go ahead.
Through you, I think there is something in here that says basement windows are exempt.
Okay, so I didn't see that in the read through. So my apologies for that one.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not sure about everything. I understand the logic behind it, but I feel that there's more in here, or that some things need to be flushed out prior to me voting for approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer, His Worship. Oh, sorry, Councillor Vernier, you had your hand up? Sorry, Councillor Purcell, excuse me, I meant Purcell. And Your
Thank you.
Worship.
Thank you, Chair.
I did.
And I'll get you next.
I have the same concerns in terms of excessive protective elements and that application of the visual surveillance equipment. If you're facing the front of your home, sometimes you actually capture both sides, depending on the density in terms of your house, right, in terms of location of your home. And I can tell you for one thing, since I actually had video cameras, I haven't been broken into. I can identify when there's people damaging my property and what's going on. So I mean, Councillor Keel is going to be bringing up next week in terms of, a motion, or he's actually got a notice of motion tonight talking about the crime rates. And here we are, going to put something like this in place that doesn't do it justice. More people have cameras. Even the city is promoting the use of cameras at locations in terms of we're seeing, issues in terms of vandalism. It's a deterrent for crime. We have one of the highest crime rates, in Ontario. And here we are. And I'm just amazed that this came through the police board. This actually came through the police board. And that is considered excessive by somebody having a camera on their front of their property, looking over their driveway, and they catch somebody on the road. That's excessive. I have some questions for the police board.
Did you want to respond,
Through
Ms.
you,
Sorrell?
I don't think that's what they were concerned about. That's not what they considered was excessive by looking at the, okay.
So if somebody's on city property and I use that footage, maybe for something I noticed in terms of sorry. So somebody's on city property and I use that camera to detect something that's not correct and I utilize that, will this be held against me? I mean, there's so many different, interpretations in terms of what it applies to.
So maybe then by saying that not to be directed towards your neighbor's property, something like that. Okay, well,
know. I
it'll
think
have,
there's some
it'll have
issues
to go
there.
back, I guess, to the police board, but.
Yeah, I just think it's
Okay, Your Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few different things. So first, the 2002 bylaw is extremely out of date. It refers to the Pembroke Police Force, which we have no Pembroke Police Force. So it's certainly, if nothing else, it needs to be repealed. Obviously, other municipalities have a fortification bylaw. The discussion at the Police Services Board was not about looking at, I'd say, across the street. I know what's being raised and the utility of the CamSafe program, and I will support the CamSafe program all the livelong day. I too have cameras, and I can adjust the sensitivity, and I'm not looking at my neighbor's window, so if they're watching at home, and they can be assured that I'm not looking into their home. That's not my intention. It's whenever you progress from either the street, and I have, because I'm on a corner, I pick up people coming all the way around. So I'm picking up who comes through the intersection and who's coming towards my home, but I'm not looking at the neighbors. What I did share with the Police Services Board is I'm aware to the question of has it ever been used before in terms of the bylaw, and you're trying to anticipate, if I can put it that way, the potential for a problem. I am aware in the time that I've been on council of one instance, because it made its way to council, of a neighbor who was monitoring, I'll put it that way, something that was going on in the neighbor's backyard. And so do I know of previous instances where bylaw got involved then and so forth because someone was doing things that you would not necessarily expect? Yes. But in terms of this particular, I have no issue if staff are being asked to rework some of the wording or what have you. I don't know whether legal was engaged in terms of the drafting of the bylaw, but in terms of the premise of what it's about and other municipalities doing a fortification bylaw, the Police Services Board supports having a fortification bylaw, number one. And number two, in part of that discussion is the 2002 bylaw. If someone was to read it, you will see clear references to things that doesn't even exist. So it's in bad need, like some of our other bylaws, to be reviewed, revamped, and to come forward with something. So that's the background. So yes, the Police Services Board discussed cameras. No, obviously the Police Services Board is not against the CamSafe program, certainly supports it. That's where the CamSafe program actually had its genesis, is from the Police Services Board and then Councillor Reevy bringing it forward. But no, it's not to look into people's, across the street or whatever, but it is to address these other issues in terms of the potential. I think we all know, I believe, that the inspector was seconded for a period of time, had an opportunity to, when he was at that municipality, look at the fortification bylaw there. And when he came back, he said, you folks need to review yours and make sure it's up to date. So that's, I think, where it all came from.
Thank you. Councillor Fernier, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Keel. And then we're going to try and put this one to bed.
At the Pembroke, at the Police Services Board meeting, that was my issue, was the video surveillance. I kind of worried about it being counterproductive with our other programs we have in place, but I almost see that could be separated into a separate bylaw, because I guess what we're talking about is voyeurism, or you have a zoom lens on your camera and you're pointing it towards your neighbor's bedroom or something of that nature. Fortification, to me, I think is a little different than that. We know there's a lot of things happening in all municipalities right now when it comes to gangs, drugs. It's making sure that our emergency responders can get where they need to be, if they need to be there, or the police. So I think it's excessive fortification. Like I said, at the meeting, the police services, I would like to see that massaged a bit, Colleen, and if it can't, I'd like to see it just come out of there, because that could be dealt with a different bylaw on its own. If a neighbor knows that someone is surveying them, then they report it. And if it goes against that bylaw, then I think that could be a separate issue. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Keel.
Yeah, I was going to also echo what Councillor Finney said, the word voyeurism to be used in paragraph 6. But I have a question for Ms. Soriel. Do you have enough information now to come back and revise the language of the bylaw?
Through you, I've got the direction.
Okay,
yes.
so motion to table. What's it? Motion to table? Okay, I'll let you talk.
Address your comments through the chair, please, not to the individual.
Yes,
Go ahead.
sorry,
Go ahead,
Chair.
Councillor Keel.
No offense was taken, Mr. Chair. But,
Okay. Okay.
well, I was going to say largely the same thing as Councillor Lafreniere with respect to the cameras. We have voyeurism laws on the books. My biggest concern about this one, to be honest, Colleen, is do we start getting in, kind of like we do with property standards, that all of a sudden bylaw is going to be getting 14 phone calls a month, that I think my neighbor's pointing a camera at my house and I want you to investigate. I mean, if we're talking about fortification, I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be the police inspector, but I mean, I think the bigger issue is the physical entry and stuff. The fact that the people inside can see you coming. I don't know. I assume the police deal with that on quite a frequent basis at this point. So I'm wondering if we just take it out, and I don't know if the deputy mayor wants it back to him to table it, or if he cares if I table it. But my suggestion would be that we table it for now. That if any members of council or of the police services board, and maybe your worship, you could communicate with the police services board. If we have any further comments, we could email you those further comments with any, because I feel we're getting bogged down in specifics now, which I don't think this table is really meant to be for specifics. So I would move that we table it for further comment from members.
I think the original mover for a table was the deputy mayor, so you've had your chance to speak. I think we put it back to him.
Yeah, well, motion be tabled.
Motion to table. Seconder, moved by Councilor Purcell. This item is tabled. Further information. Thank you. Those in favor of the tabling, sorry. Carried. Thank you very much. Next item, proposed vacant building registry bylaw. Ms. Soriel?
Okay, so the city has been dealing with instances where vacant, derelict properties are left unattended for prolonged periods of time and have subsequently fallen into disrepair and have become hazardous. Vacant properties, especially those that are derelict, have significant impacts on property owners around them, and there are many Ontario municipalities that have created vacant, derelict building registries. So the proposed vacant building registry bylaw would put in place a comprehensive and consistent process for monitoring vacant buildings to protect them against continued deterioration. So the proposed bylaw would also act as a means of discouraging building owners from allowing their building to remain vacant for extended periods of time. So vacant and derelict properties can negatively impact neighborhoods and individuals by becoming dilapidated, causing hazards, becoming unsightly, becoming infested with pests, attracting trespassers, inviting graffiti, and impacting streetscapes and overall property standards. So the city, particularly the fire department and the building and bylaw enforcement department, becomes involved on a regular basis with properties that have been neglected and which are subject to repeated complaints from the neighborhood. A file search was conducted and there are approximately 35 known vacant buildings in the city. 16 of these have either been investigated regarding property standards complaints or have been issued a property standards order. It's also important to note that several of these properties are investigated and/or property standards orders issued on a very regular basis, at a minimum annually. And the files also indicate that of the 34 known vacant buildings, 6 have current building permits. That this includes permits for demolition or extensive renovations. An additional 2 properties have been issued building code orders for unsafe conditions and advising that occupancy is not permitted based on these conditions. The remaining 10 vacant buildings are known to the departments based on either observation or information received from other city personnel. If these buildings are not dealt with, they continue to deteriorate towards unsafe conditions and in some cases to conditions completely beyond repair. So currently, if the city receives a complaint about a vacant or derelict building, a bylaw enforcement officer is sent to investigate, and they may send a notice. If the owner doesn't comply with the notice, then we issue an order. If the owner still does not comply, we may undertake the necessary work, including securing the building, maintaining the yard, removing waste, and this cost of the work is recovered through the tax roll. Under the proposed vacant building registry bylaw, to own a vacant building will not be considered an offense. However, failure to register a vacant building would be considered an offense. The registration process will trigger ongoing monitoring by city bylaw enforcement staff, who will ensure these properties are maintained to a minimum standard. So there would be reasons why a building would not be considered vacant if there's a building or demolition permit has been issued, if the building is occupied on a seasonal basis, or if a use permitted under the zoning bylaw is occurring. For more effective monitoring and protection of all vacant properties in the city, the proposed bylaw would include the following requirements. That for any building which has been remained vacant for 30 days, it showed 90 days in the report, but it should be 30 days. Because 90 days, that's almost a quarter of a year, like it's 3 months, so that'd be too long. So every owner of a vacant building shall be required to register their vacant building. They should pay a one-time fee of $350 administration fee. Every owner shall pay an annual $800 fee if it continues to be vacant for the year. That covers staff time and resources. Every owner shall provide updated contact information annually. The owner or designate shall monitor the vacant buildings twice a month or more frequently as required by the city, and every owner shall submit reports, like engineering reports, with respect to the condition of the vacant building as required by the city. So the goal of the bylaw is to discourage property owners from allowing their buildings to become or remain vacant. So to maintain a list of the vacant properties, which is beneficial to certain departments like the fire department and the planning and building and bylaw department. Allow city staff to inspect, to assess compliance with the Ontario Building Code and Ontario Fire Code and Property Standards bylaw, prevent demolition, prevent or discourage vagrants and squatters from trespassing into vacant buildings, reduce the number of unwanted fires, and create more housing. So the proposed bylaw will create a process of monitoring and inspection that may escalate depending on the length of vacancy, state of dereliction, or factors on a cost recovery basis to ensure the neighborhood impacts are mitigated. So if the building is identified as vacant for more than 30 days, the property owner would have to register the building with the city. Fines would also form part of this bylaw should an owner not register their vacant property. In addition to these measures, some larger municipalities levy an additional tax on vacant homes to promote development. For example, in the City of Toronto, a vacant home tax of 3% of the current value assessment is levied on all Toronto residences that are declared, deemed, or determined to be vacant for more than 6 months during the previous year. Staff direction could be provided for the treasurer to submit a formal report on this possible additional tax for potential implementation in 2026. Your direction is required.
Councillor Keel, Purcell, and Plummer.
First, with respect to the tax, I thought only certain municipalities could levy that tax, and I didn't think that the city of Pembroke was one of them.
Through you, this paragraph came from the treasurer herself.
Okay, because my understanding is that there's a regulation that specifically picks which, and they were all large, very large municipalities. That aside, I'm more concerned about the safety issues. I think we all know more recently, just east of the city, there were some vacant buildings that had been vacant for a long time. I have it on fairly good authority from someone that lives pretty much adjacent to those buildings that there were certainly people in there, even though there was no electricity and stuff. And of course, they caught fire and burned down. I believe at one point in time, I think it was the Hink Street property that was vacant for a long period of time and then eventually caught fire and there was an issue there. So, I mean, certainly this is something that we know is going on. And you have to, I don't look at so much as being a vacancy issue as much as an abandonment issue. You have to take care of things when you own them. And if you own a property and you're just walking away from it because for whatever reason you don't care about it, it has effects on neighbors. You mentioned property values and things like that can be affected immediately, but you know, it also has our staff, it has our fire department, you know, running around the city, looking and monitoring, frankly, doing the work that the property owner should be doing in monitoring and keeping well their own building. So I'm less concerned. I'm less concerned about, you know, prodding people to, you know, to rent their houses and whatnot, which is what I think the tax is for. I'm more concerned about the safety and security issue. The administrative fee and the annual fee may sound high, but of course, when we discussed this at our department meeting, it was my position to Colleen that if we're going to do this, we should in fact recover what we think our staff costs are going to be. So I'm assuming that's where those numbers came from, Colleen. That's simply a staff recovery and city expense recovery issue. So generally speaking, I support this. I worry somewhat, and I expressed this to Colleen, that this is going to add to our department work. But at the same time, like I said, I can't ignore the safety and security. And again, we have examples. Even recent, I think that one in the East End by Robinson Lane. I think that was this year or this past winter. So we have examples of issues that we're having, and so that's why I would support that we go in this direction.
Thank you. Councillor Purcell, Plummer, and then Lafreniere.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support this. I think it's a great idea. I'm curious as to the last paragraph. It does say on vacant homes to promote, and it's all about homes and not about buildings. So prior to that, it's been discussing vacant buildings. And then the additional taxes on vacant homes and not buildings. So like, you know, we have some issues in terms of some vacancies downtown. It'd be nice to see a vacancy tax put on, you know, those properties to get them moving. Spur some sort of development, or, you know, moving them forward in terms of, you know, getting tenants in those buildings. And I thought something like that would really promote that. I know we had conversations probably a year ago where we were kind of batting it back and forth, Ian, in regards to, you know, I think this would work. And for some reason, I think we went back to, I think it was the strong mayors, or there was some sort of legislation that prevented us from doing buildings, and maybe that's why it says homes. So anyway, just something to look at, but it would be beneficial for downtown too. You know, if there's a vacancy in a storefront for a long period of time, you know, all of a sudden you get an extra 3% on your levy. I think it's a motivator to get somebody in there, right? So let's look at that. But again, I just wanted to reiterate, I think what Ian already had said, just making sure that the costs are compatible in terms of recovery of fees. I don't know what's exactly involved in terms of the monitoring of those vacant properties, but I'm sure that, you know, fire, the building inspector, some sort of health monitoring in some cases, depending on what type of business it is, might be required as well. So maybe just think of the worst case scenario, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer, and then Councillor Fernier.
Just a quick
And your worship.
quick question to Soriel. The vacancy that you're talking about for 30 days, does that apply to apartments as well?
No, so it wouldn't be an apartment, but if it was an apartment building.
Okay.
So that's
Okay, that
what
just
it's-
wasn't clear to me. I just
Yeah,
want to make
no.
sure. Sometimes you're in between rents when you have a client moving out and someone else
Exactly.
moving in. Maybe they don't want to move in for a couple months, so there may be some vacancy there. Okay, and I'm on board on the vacancy tax to promote, you know, owners of buildings that just leave them vacant and for extended periods of time. I think it might, as Councillor Purcell said, get people moving, a little more motivated to take a rent. Because some people do, you know, own buildings and they use it as a loss on their balance sheet to offset gains that they made on another building. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fernier, and then his worship.
Through the chair to Colleen, building and demolition permits, how much do they cost and how long are they in effect?
Okay, through you. There are different types of building permits, so it's hard to give you a cost. It's based on square footage, but it's also based on the use. But they're good when we issue a building permit. If it's not done within 6 months, if it's not started, within 6 months, then we have the option to cancel it.
Okay, because that was my only thing, was if someone had a demolition permit on the building or something, and then they can't just let it sit there for years.
No.
So there is a deadline.
There is
Okay,
a
so
deadline,
then-
and we'll keep an eye on that too, so that we will make sure
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
monitor that.
Okay, so that was my only question, was that wouldn't be an out for them letting it sit there forever vacant. So that being said, yeah, no, I'm in favor of what's being presented here tonight.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Your worship?
Mr. Chair, simply to say that I support the recommendations being made and to inform members of council that it was as recent as I think the last term that we actually used to give vacancy rebates to property owners. And so we moved away from that and we phased it out over a number of years so that I think in part the CIP program has something to do with it as well as some other things, but that encouraged the downtown property owners that were leaving them vacant to not leave them vacant anymore because they didn't get, as Councillor Plummer says, to write it off, and they were furthermore even getting a rebate from the city of Pembroke. But anyways.
All right, are we good? Last one, go ahead, Councillor Gill.
Just as an update, I see there is a 2024 regulation change that now designates every single tier and every upper tier municipality for the vacancy tax. Now, the only thing I will say is if council does want to go towards it, I think the way municipalities have implemented it is that everyone who doesn't have a vacant property is required to tell the municipality that their property is not vacant. And I think the City of Toronto and the City of Ottawa both saw that what happens is people don't tell the municipality my property is not vacant, then they suddenly get the tax increase, and then they're suddenly enraged at City Hall that they're getting a tax increase, and then there's rebates. So I just want to say I'd be in favor of looking at it, but I hope that if we did look at it, and maybe this is passing it on to Madam Treasurer, that we do get the realistic picture of what it looks like and that it's caused some administrative snags.
You have your direction then, Ms. Soriel? Understood? Okay, very good. Done with that one. We'll go on to the next order of business. Item C, parking concerns on Bronx Street between Reynolds Street and George Street. Go ahead.
So the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee is recommending the implementation of option 3, which is a total no parking zone on the north side of Bronx Street between Reynolds Avenue, and George Street. Concerns have been expressed to the Bylaw Enforcement Department as well as a member of council that a resident of Bronx Street has concerns regarding vehicles parking on the north and south side of Bronx Street. And these concerns raised are that parked vehicles are causing access issues to and from driveways onto Bronx Street, as well as reduced lane width and vehicles parking on grass boulevards. Further, there are concerns about winter parking making the roadway even more narrow. So presently, the parking bylaw permits 3-hour parking during the daytime hours, and after 6 p.m. parking is permitted until 8 a.m. except during the winter months for snow removal. So parking on this portion of Bronx Street obstructs the city's ability to remove snow and properly maintain the street during the winter months. The Operations Department does have concerns with parked vehicles hindering snow removal and feels if parking was restricted on the north side of Bronx, it would help their winter operations. So a notice was sent to all the property owners within this section of Bronx Street. So they were sent a letter on in July, and then they were also sent a notice to attend the Planning Advisory meeting. The Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee meeting was held on October 28th, and 2 residents from the north side of Bronx Street attended the meeting. One resident wanted no parking on the north side, and the other resident wanted to allow parking to continue on both sides of Bronx. The committee voted to recommend the Planning and Development Committee that no parking on the north side of Bronx Street would be the preferred option. The committee felt this was a safety issue as well as a snow removal and maintenance issue for the city's operations department. And the committee also felt that there's been an increase in traffic on this section of Bronx Street, so parking on both sides would cause visibility issues as well as reduced laneway width. So the 3 options were to leave the parking as is with a 3-hour limit during the daytime, to allow this section of Bronx Street to become a time-restricted no parking zone, which means no parking would be permitted on the north side from Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., but would allow residents to park on the street after 6 p.m. and on weekends. And the third option would be a total no parking zone on the north side of Bronx. There is a paved boulevard on a portion of the south side of Bronx, so that's why that was seen as the preferred option to allow parking. From the letters that were sent, 5 comments were received. 2 property owners who are located on the north side agreed they did not want parking. And 3 property owners, one was on the south side, which was Renfrew County Social Housing, and one on the north side of the corner, at the corner of Reynolds and Bronx, and a third on the north side of Bronx are requesting to leave the parking as is. This leaves only 3 property owners that did not comment on the north side. Once again, the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee did recommend option 3 to this committee, being no parking on the north side of Bronx. So your direction is required.
Direction, comments? Councillor Gale?
So I'm quite familiar, well, I guess Councillor Jacquinot's quite familiar with this area as well. Both of us having lived there for a couple decades, Councillor Jacquinot still living in the area. So what was brought to me was that basically there is a number of problems with the parking on both sides. I myself did report to bylaw, I believe it was last winter, that there was actually there was a car encased in a snowbank on the north side of Bronx Street. So I'm guessing they didn't use their car for a while, and it was literally inside of a snowbank, so we had to remove that. Generally speaking, in the winter, if there's parking on both sides, it basically becomes a 1-lane street. I think I'm going to hazard a guess, and I think largely the issue is that with respect to the Renfrew County housing there, and I don't know if Ms. Sorial has the number of units that are in that Reynolds Bronx Street thing. I think basically, as I think a number of us have said over the last couple of years that I've been here, more and more people have 2 cars. I think the parking spaces that Renfrew County Housing provides is, based on my count from Google Maps, was they basically allot 1 space per unit. And I just don't think that that's enough anymore when nowadays, no matter seemingly, no matter your income level or what's going on, everybody in the house has a vehicle. So the overflow has been onto Bronx Street, and certainly some of the neighbors are complaining. Obviously, as Ms. Sorial pointed out, the feedback was rather neutralized. It basically was a tie. So if members of how I sided on one side versus the other, the gentleman that attended the PAC meeting basically said that his concern was that when his daughter comes up to visit, she would need to park either at Riverside or the mall. Number one, that's only when the daughter comes up to visit, whereas the other neighbor pointed out that this is an ongoing problem throughout the year, all seasons, and particularly in the winter. It was also commented that parking at the mall or Riverside would not be necessary because there is still parking on the south side of the street. So the daughter can park on the opposite side of the road and walk across the road to the parent's house. So at the end of the day, I do see that this is quite congested. Obviously, a number of residents have problems with it. So generally speaking, in the past, I know we've looked at a number of these matters, and in this case, I did see a problem. So I would agree that we should limit parking to the south side and give some relief to this area. And also, I guess operations commented that they saw a problem. So it's both political and operational, I guess.
Deputy Mayor, were you going to
Yeah,
make a
I want to
motion?
speak to it. I watched the meeting on YouTube, and this situation has always been a very sensitive issue in neighborhoods, and you're not going to please everybody, but you got to think of operations, as you say, and the overall common good. So I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of the committee.
Motion on the floor to recommend the recommendation of the committee, which is, for clarification, one more time, no parking on the north side, is that correct? And seconded by Councillor Keel. Discussion? Councillor Purcell?
I'm just concerned in regards to, I know that this particular may be a pinch point that it's causing, but what's different than a lot of the neighborhoods that we all live in, where 2 individuals park opposite the street and it restricts the flow? And I know Councillor Keel raised some concerns when we were moving parking spaces, I think it was on Supple, to address an issue. And I'm just concerned that, yes, I understand there's a safety issue, but there's lots of these types of situations right across our entire city. One can only just drive by and see all the different locations. And just because you have no parking signs doesn't necessarily mean people aren't going to park there. So good example is the student pickup at Champlain Discovery. No parking on both sides, but when you go through there, whenever school is out, it's congested to the point where it's restricting traffic flow in both directions.
Understand that. But the motion in question is the north side of Bronx.
And who's
at
paying the
present.
$600?
Pardon me?
And who's paying for the $600 for the
The $600?
Through you, we have a budget in our bylaw enforcement budget. We have a signage portion, and that would come out of there.
The other, you have a very legitimate question, Councillor Purcell. Perhaps we could revisit those as well. But, this is coming forward based on a complaint, so we have to act on it. The motion is on the floor. I will, further discussion. Councillor Kale?
In answer to the other part of Councillor Purcell's thing, I think in this one, unlike the vast majority of neighborhoods, I think it's the density of the Renfrew County housing that's causing the issue at this one block. So I would agree with you that one could look in Matheson, we could name a number of them, but in answer to your question of why this one, I think the problem is the density of the Renfrew County housing and the lack of parking inside the complex.
Your Worship, and then we'll call the question.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So similar to what Councillor Keel is saying, and I see that it's going to be coming up here, there's usually, where it causes a problem is if there's something drawing the individuals to that area, so the one that's going to be coming up is near the courthouse. But in any event, I suspect that that's the case, and I know that we've talked about operations and so forth. The one that comes to mind is the fellow that's in the back of the room is the fire department, and if the fire truck is trying to squeeze between two lanes, then I got a problem. And so I recognize that, and we've discussed this previously on a case-by-case basis, we're looking at different ones, and that causes me concern that if the fire department has a hard time getting through, and I'm assuming that's the case if it's that narrow, so I would support what this motion is about.
Further comments? If none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion as presented? The motion is carried. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is parking concerns on William Street, which is adjacent to 272 Pembroke Street East. So there's parking concerns have been received from a resident at the corner of Pembroke Street East and William Street. The property, 272 Pembroke Street East, is located at the southwest corner of Pembroke Street East and William Street. The concern is that vehicles are parking in such a way that blocks visibility from their driveway off of William Street, and there are some pictures that are attached. The owner of 272 Pembroke Street East states that their driveway closest to Pembroke Street East becomes a blind turn for motorists turning onto William Street. The existing no parking sign meets the parking bylaw setback of 9 meters from the intersection. However, there's a reduced line of sight when turning, and this parking space has caused concerns with motorists turning right onto William Street. It's caused a reduced reaction time for motorists to avoid a parked vehicle at this location, and it also reduces the available lane space for the turning vehicle, making the turn more difficult and potentially forcing drivers into the other lane of traffic. The owner of 272 has 2 driveways to his property along William Street, and he has one on Pembroke Street. They would like the no parking zone to be extended past their second driveway, but understand that the priority is to remove the one parking space closest to the intersection, would give their tenants better visibility to access William Street. Further, the extension for the proposed no parking zone is not being recommended at this time, the extension of it to the second driveway, as the first parking space on William Street causes safety issues for motorists and maintenance issues for the operations department. So the location of the proposed no parking area would be extended from 9 meters to 14.5 meters to take in the no parking area past the first driveway at 272 Pembroke Street. This means that there would only be one less parking space on William Street if the no parking area was extended past the first driveway at 272 Pembroke Street East. If this request is approved, there will still be approximately 47 meters of parking permitted along the west side of William Street. Parking on this portion of the street can obstruct and hinder the city's ability to plow and properly maintain the street during the winter months. The operations department does have concerns with a parked vehicle at this location, and the operation of a snowplow is easier when the operator has more turning room and unimpeded space at that intersection. Thus, by extending the no parking area aids the operations department in their snow removal process. So there would mean the parking sign, if approved, would have to be removed at a cost of approximately $200. So based on the visibility concerns noted in the property owner, by the property owner at 272 Pembroke Street East, and the snow removal concerns from the operations department, staff is recommending the removal of the one parking space and extending the no parking zone to the south side of the existing first driveway off of William Street.
You've heard the wish, the information. What is the wish of the committee, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so this is
Worship.
this is a operational and safety issue, so I move that we accept the recommendation.
Move to accept the recommendation, seconded by His Worship. Further discussion? Your Worship?
Simply, thank you, Mr. Chair. Simply to say that, again, this is a situation where the drawing card in this particular area is the college. I recognize that the individuals, sorry, courthouse, what did I say? College? Oh, yeah. It used to be the college around the corner, too. In any event, so that's the drawing card that's in the area. I take no issue, obviously, with what the motion is. To point out for council, just to refresh memory, that we removed a parking space on Supples just around the corner. But I do know that the individuals that park in this area, it's pretty wild, and so it comes back to a comment that was made just moments ago in terms of bylaw enforcing our bylaws, because there's individuals that will park right effectively into Supple Street, not complying with the Highway Traffic Act, and it just bewilders me, and then will contact members of council, including myself, saying, why did I get a ticket? So it just floors me that individuals park in such a fashion that it's unsafe and just simply ignore the Highway Traffic Act. So in any event, so I support, obviously, the motion.
Councillor Keel and Councillor Fernier, you're off in the distance there. I keep forgetting it. Did you want to say something? I have Councillor Keel, go ahead.
My question's more generic, Colleen, and it's kind of, I'm now thinking of what Councillor Purcell brought up. Do we have any bylaw about how far you should be from somebody's driveway? Because looking at the picture, and I know anybody watching at home, they wouldn't have it, but we have a picture of a truck, and I'm guessing its front end is at the driveway. The only way for you to pull out is basically going to be to stick your front end into the street until you can get past the front end of the truck, which at that point, the passenger door is going to be at the street. So do we have anything dealing with people? Because otherwise, to Councillor Purcell's point earlier, this could happen anywhere in town, really.
Yes. Through you. So there is a section in our parking bylaw that says you can't obstruct a driveway or partial a driveway. So there would be something there too that we could issue a ticket if they were parked in the driveway. Not over the whole driveway, but over a portion of it, yes. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Purcell?
A question, and I think it's maybe more in terms of the bylaw enforcement component. How many tickets are issued beyond 4 o'clock? Do we have any stats?
I can get you that.
I'm just curious to see, because I know that, you know, our bylaw staff work regular working hours.
Well, our summer student, though, works evenings.
Right, but now we
so it's
don't-
4 months. Yeah, and
Yeah.
now she's with us one day a week.
And I know that we allocated roads crews and operation staff to be bylaw officers.
Yes.
I'd like to see how many tickets that operations and, you know, the other individuals that are appointed as bylaw, in terms of how many tickets that they've issued in totality, just to get a better understanding, is this working for us, or do we need to look at potentially expanding, you know, the operations of bylaw? And because I think it's a well-known fact that people think that they can do whatever they want after 4 p.m.
Ms. Oriel, can you bring that information back
I
based
sure
on
can,
the request?
yeah.
That'd
And
be
I
great.
think that most of the time, this is, through you, that this is a daytime issue in this particular
Right.
location.
Okay, thank you.
The motion's on the floor. Those in favor? Against? The motion is carried. Next item, please.
Okay, so the next item is a request to lease parking at the corner of Lake Street and College Way. So since 2021, the city and TSH Lake Inc. Entered into a one-year lease agreement for 10 parking spaces at 0 Lake Street. This agreement was entered into to provide additional parking for the residential units at 320 Lake Street, which is primarily a student residence for Algonquin College. The ownership of 320 Lake Street is now changed, and the new owner would like to continue the existing lease arrangement. Staff is recommending that a one-year lease be agreed to for the 2024-2025 season with consideration of a longer term maybe next year. Reason for this being that a portion of the adjacent property may potentially be developed for users of the Algonquin Trail. Once this is completed, then the city will be in a better position to consider a longer term lease on the balance of the property. So the terms of the one-year lease would be the same as the current lease, except that there is an increased parking permit fee now. So that wasn't in last year. So the increased parking permit fee is now $400 plus HST for a total of $4,000 plus HST for that particular lot. And the leasee would also pay the cost of maintaining the spaces, so all the snow removal and things like that.
Discussion direction, Councillor Keel.
I'll make this one quick. I approve of this in the one-year lease format, and I would move such a motion. The only thing that I would say in terms of going future, towards the future, Ms. Oriel, is just like whether or not, because I mean, $4,000 a year, I'm assuming that's over time, not picking up the cost of maintaining this parking lot. Like if works need to be done in the future or whatnot, or did we up it because I asked that question earlier to you in our meeting?
Through you, last year, we upped, or maybe it was this year, in 2024, we upped the parking permit fees as well as some of the fines for the parking bylaw. So, and in this particular lot, we don't do any of the maintenance. It's the leasee that has to do all the maintenance, so there is no cost. And part of the agreement is that they're supposed to leave the lot when they no longer use it, the way they found it. So it has to be like nice gravel
My thought was
lot.
purely towards asset management, but if that's not an issue in this one, then
Yep.
I would just move that we proceed with the 1 year.
Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by, was Deputy Mayor had your hand up? Councillor Plummer? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor, excuse me. Further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? Against? Carried, thank you. Last item?
Okay, it's parking night tonight. So parking concerns have been received from a resident at 365 Willard Street about the visibility at the intersection of Willard and Eganville Road. Parking is presently permitted on the east side of Eganville Road, and the concern is that vehicles are parking in such a way that it blocks visibility from turning left onto Eganville Road from Willard Street, and you can see that there are some pictures there. The existing no parking sign at the east side of Eganville Road meets the parking bylaw setback requirement of 9 meters from the intersection. However, there is a reduced line of sight when turning left onto Eganville Road. The motorist must enter into the driving lane on Eganville Road if there's a vehicle parked there at the corner to see if there's any approaching vehicles. Eganville Road is a very busy street, and this becomes a safety issue. The location of the proposed no parking area would be extended from the 9 meters to approximately 20 meters from the intersection to take in the no parking area past the driveways at 485 and 487 Eganville Road. This means, though, that there'd only be one less parking space on the east side of Eganville Road if the no parking area was extended past those driveways. This would greatly improve the sight lines for motorists turning left onto Eganville Road from Willard. If this request is approved, there is still approximately 65 meters of parking permitted along the east side of Eganville Road. Parking on this portion of the street can obstruct and hinder the city's ability to plow and maintain the streets during the winter months. The operations department does have concerns with a parked vehicle at this location. Again, the operation of a snowplow is easier when the operator has more turning room. And thus, by extending the no parking area, aids the operations department in their snow removal process. The operations department also is concerned about visibility issues at many intersections in the city and feels a road safety audit should be done at some points in the future at all intersections. The operations department does recommend that the no parking zone be extended past the driveways of 485 and 487 Eganville Road, and there would be a cost to remove the sign of $200.
Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up?
Yeah. So another safety issue, and I like the idea of the audit. That's a good idea for the future in relation to what Councillor Purcell was talking about earlier. So I motion that we accept the recommendation that we amend the no parking area on the east side of Eagle Mill Road. So
Move to amend the presentation per Eganville Road. Do we have a seconder? His worship, seconder. Further discussion? Councillor Fernier? Councillor Keel? No. Councillor Fernier? Councillor Purcell? Can't hear you, Councillor Fernier. Oh, nothing, okay. Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. I do like the idea in terms of some sort of audit, because I do think that we're just maybe setting a precedence here in regards to pushing back from the standards in regards to the proximity for parking to the corners. Again, I see the situation all over Pembroke. And I can give you, I don't know how many different pictures by the next meeting in regards to the same type of concern. I'm not saying it's not a safety concern. Definitely it is. It's just that I think we just need to be careful how we approach these, because I think we're going to receive a lot of complaints from residents that are in the same situation, and how are we going to address those? That's my concern.
Thank you. Mr. Unruh, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, like, I'm not taking away from the idea that, you know, a road safety audit would be beneficial. Currently, I think there's probably about 5 or 6 different master plans or studies or that undergoing right now. And they're actually should have been completed some this year, but because of some other issues, they're all delayed until, or not all, but some of them are delayed. This would really be a taxing on the operations department. So I think it'd be a very cautious approach in regards to proceeding with a road audit. I'm just saying altogether.
Deputy Mayor, address your questions through the chair, please.
yes.
Okay, thank you. We have Councillor Keel, His Worship, and then Councillor Purcell.
Now I have 2 administrative questions. Number 1, is this something we can delegate authority to? Instead of us sitting here and moving no parking signs by 10 meters multiple times a night? Like, do we have that, if we wanted to, I'm not making a motion, but is that something we can do, and is that something maybe staff could report to us on? And now, number 2, is it possible, Mr. CAO, to do like an unofficial, like, is this something that operations could look at on a piecemeal basis and formulate a plan over time instead of actually coming up with something that takes up their time and effort? Like, is this something where, like, presumably they hit certain corners and stuff in the winter where they're like, we don't like that. Is it possible to just amalgamate those things into a broader report unofficially?
Yeah, so through the chair, so that's currently the operation right now. It's when complaints come in, and I would, similar to how we manage bylaw, is it's complaint basis. So I would suggest that that's the probably better way to go. We do have the road patroller currently on staff, and so they do bring up some issues too. But again, it's similar to the concern that was brought forward at budget time last year, is that they're bringing up all kinds of concerns, and it's the dollars and resources to actually indicate it. So there is a lot of it, things like this that could be tweaked. But I think that the best approach at this point, because of currently the resources and the current liability, that we work towards a complaint basis at this time and leave it up to the road patroller.
And the delegation?
Yeah, we can review that.
Through you, I will definitely look into that for sure. I've already written it down.
Councillor Purcell, in your worship.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate that I thought we had the roads patroller, and I thought that was part of his responsibility, his or her responsibility, in terms of identifying, safety issues. maybe at a future meeting, we could get an update in terms of the 1 year now with the roads patroller, in terms of some of the safety issues that have been identified and those that haven't been addressed.
Good. Take a note to that regard, Ms. Sorio, please. Thank you. And your worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion, and I can indicate, as has been said by a number of members of council, if you only go one block more, Craig Street, and it's the same setup, is that for whatever reason, when they designed Eganville Road, there is a lay, I'll call it a lay-by, whatever the proper term is, but in that particular instance on Craig Street, I don't recall seeing any no parking signs, so people park closer, and if you try to come out on either of those streets to Eganville Road, it's not only trying to turn left, it's even trying to turn right and edging out, looking to see if anyone happens to be moving along on Eganville Road in a haste.
If I could, a quick question.
Councillor Keel, go ahead.
A quick question to the mayor. When it comes to people just parking too close, is that an HTA thing, and therefore would that be a police thing? And is that something that maybe the Police Services Board could look at? I mean, when we have a no parking sign, obviously our bylaw does those, but in those other instances, I forget what we usually call it, but, you know, maybe could we do a blitz or something like that? Anyway.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, certainly I'll
Go
take
ahead.
that to the Police Services Board, and yes, my recollection, I'm trying to recall what the distance is, but there is a distance to the corner, which is what I was alluding to on Supple and William, is that people will park right tight to the intersection.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. Do we need a reiteration of what the motion is, or is everybody comfortable? If you are, a motion's on the floor. We had a seconder. Those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. Motion to adjourn by Councillor Keel, seconder Councillor Plummer. We are adjourned. On to the next meeting. Thank you.
Welcome to the November 5th, 2024 Finance Administration Committee meeting of Pembroke City Council. Call the meeting to order. Item 2, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, approval of the meeting agenda. Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Carried. Item 4, approval of minutes, Finance and Administration Committee, October 1st. Councillor Keel, second. Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Any business from those minutes? Seeing none, we'll go right to new business. Item 6A, our monthly report from Fire Chief Sell. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll start off this this report for the month of October with a review of our Fire Prevention Week. So this Fire Prevention Week, this year's theme was smoke alarms, make them work for you. So being prepared to act in the event of a fire can start with simply pressing the test button and having the confidence that a working smoke alarm is in your home. Smoke alarms save lives. Our social media platform was used to send key messages during Fire Prevention Week 2024 to reinforce the importance of fire safety in the home and other tips to help our community keep their homes and families safe. We kicked off Fire Prevention Week with at the Lumber Kings game with the ceremonial puck drop with Mayor Gervais and Sparky. We had an information booth at the game as well, and the Firefighters Association sponsored the Chuck a Puck event. Information booths were held on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the West End Plaza, Giant Tiger, and Pembroke Mall. On Tuesday, Sparky and myself led story time at the Pembroke Public Library. And we closed out the week with our annual open house sponsored by the Firefighters Association. This year's Fire Prevention Week was promoted through Pembroke's Pure Country, MyFM, and Your TV. And the messages, of course, were geared specifically to the importance of smoke alarms. Our Firefighter for the Day contest with the local schools was well received. Grades 3 and 4 students were challenged to produce fire safety messages or slogans. The winning students will have their slogans displayed on the PFD truck, as well as getting the opportunity to spend the afternoon at the fire hall working and training with the firefighters. So congratulations to our winners, both of whom are from Our Lady of Lourdes. Alexa, and her slogan was, "The burning question is, are you prepared?" And Oliver with Be in the Clear, change your batteries twice a year. The Pembroke Fire Department would like to thank all the members of Pembroke and the community who have stepped forward and offered their support for our open house and other Fire Prevention Week activities. We would also like to thank all those who attended and supported our events. So other activities in the month of October, or during this time frame of the report, Test Your Smoke Alarm Day was held on September 28th. So Mayor Gervais kindly proclaimed this day as Test Your Smoke Alarm Day in Pembroke, and we advertised the day on the digital display outside the PMC, the city's website, social media pages, and through a media release. Staff recorded spots on MyFM and Pembroke's Pure Country delivering key messages about the day. Your TV ran the segment they produced of staff outlining the proper way to test and inspect smoke alarms in the home. So fire deaths in Ontario continued to be high, and this day is a step forward towards reversing the trend. We hope everyone tests their smoke alarms and is prepared to be saved by the beep. On top of Fire Prevention Week and the drills that we conducted during that week, we conducted other fire drills at the remaining Renfrew County Housing Corporation apartments, as well as the St. Joseph's nonprofit housing apartments. Public education events and training sessions were held at Highview, Wise Owl Daycare, Jean Lajoie, Algonquin House Student Residence, Algonquin College, St. Joseph's Housing, and the Pembroke Regional Hospital. We conducted a tour for a group of Girl Guides, and they came into the hall, and we did a tour and an information session for them. And we also welcomed the volunteers from the Wounded Warriors and assisted in training exercises for their service dogs in training. We hosted the 911 birthday party, which is a prize package put together in partnership with Ryjay's Climbing Adventures and Seventh Heaven Suites, which was auctioned off at the Black and White Gala in 2023. And all 20 people enjoyed an afternoon at the hall, learning and training with the firefighters. Other fire drills were conducted at Sunbelt Rentals, Veterans Affairs, and Algonquin House, as well as follow-up to the drill. Fire safety and extinguisher training was provided to the residents of Algonquin House, so a total of 39 people attended this training session. And then public safety messages were carried out with Pembroke Spirit Country, MyFM, regarding Fire Prevention Week, and then we closed out October with other fire prevention messages. We continue to support Renfrew County Fire Chiefs with assistance in their Eganville Leader public service announcements, and our social media pages were of course busy during Fire Prevention Week and with other tips. So with the new equipment, we almost have the new boat broken in. There's a specific procedure that we have to follow to break the boat in, and we're almost there, as well as the new bunker gear that we purchased. Some of it has arrived, and I'd just like to say that it fits, thankfully. So firefighter of the month, we have firefighter Tanner Roots. Tanner represents the association when it comes to planning the open house, and he's a really big part and provides a lot of assistance with that. So I'd really like to thank Tanner and highlight his efforts in that, as well as the volunteer of the month goes to Matt Wagner. Matt was one of the volunteers that responded to one of our larger fires this month, and it was really exciting and gratifying to see him employ the training that he gets on Tuesday nights on the fire ground. He did a very good job, and I'd like to congratulate both Tanner and Matt on winning this for the month of October. Firefighter Riley Poirier successfully completed his promotional exam in October. Riley moves into the role of second class and has one more examination before becoming first class firefighter. Courses and seminars, so first aid, CPR, AED, and bleed control recertification is complete. Firefighter Ian Cahy attended the Ontario Professional Firefighters Association Health and Safety Seminar, and Acting Captain Jason Kelly attended the Ontario Professional Firefighters Association's annual seminar. There were no vulnerable occupancy drills in October. However, the drill for Supple's Landing has been approved for November, and staff did deliver training to the regional hospital during a full-day training session in October. So myself, as the Community Emergency Management Coordinator, attended the Fall Emergency Management on Capital Sector meeting virtually in October. I also attended a 2-day emergency management course on emergency exercise program management. I also attended emergency management and disaster conference in October, and the city's annual exercise was held on October 30th. This year's exercise was a tabletop, and the players involved were the Municipal Emergency Control Group of the City of Pembroke as outlined in Bylaw 2023-75. Our training room hosted our usual in-house training sessions. The room also hosted a transit meeting for key players in the city. The room welcomed fire officers from Eastern Ontario to an effective command course held over a 4-day period in October. The training room hosted TELUS mental health training session as well in September. And the steering committee meeting from the county level and the community safety working group for the city of Pembroke held meetings in October. In October, the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association was again the main sponsor of our open house. Without the association's assistance in providing the food, drinks, snacks, and staffing required, this event had never happened. So I'd like to thank the association for all their help. The association also made a $1,000 donation to a BGC Renfrew County Pembroke office, which was formerly the Boys and Girls Club of Pembroke. And as mentioned earlier, they sponsored the Chuck a Puck event on October 6th. The training for October is outlined. Recreational burn permit, so there was 7 new permits issued, 16 renewals. Our smoke alarm program, we conducted 27 inspections in October. 56 alarms were tested, and we did install 13 new alarms. We conducted 151 inspections or consultations in the month of October, and we attended 40 incident responses with 4 fires, and 1 major fire accounted for the majority of the loss in this month.
Thank you, Chief, for your report. Any questions or comments for the Chief? Councillor Purcell?
Hi, Chief. Thank you for your report. Appreciate it. I think it's just getting into the recreational burn permits. I know I had to contact the fire department just to check on the status. I didn't keep good records in regards to when my year was up. And to my amazement, I guess my year was up. But there was no notification process. So I know when we had that discussion, maybe we should look at, just to save some time in regards to, or people thinking that they're still in compliance, that they're not in compliance. Maybe it's like a calendar year, so that way people will just go ahead and register for the following calendar year instead of a year from the date of the purchase of so your initial $100 will get you to the end of the year, no matter what time it is. It's an initial fee in terms of the assessment component. And then calendar year will be a renewal of the $50 or whatever it is. It's just, I think people are going to get in a situation and have a fire, and there might be somebody that reports it and they think that they're in good status, but they're not in good status. So maybe just something that we can do there, because I did not receive a, saying that your burn permit is now expired. So I'm just wondering how that's going to work moving forward.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we discussed that at the staff level, and we have some issues with going by the year. If you purchase your permit in November and pay us $100, and then January 1st, we're knocking for $50 more right away. We're not exactly sure how that would roll out. And also too, we do encourage people to have their bylaw handy, so that if we do show up on the premises, that the owner of the property does have documentation proving that that we have, or that permit is valid. So that is something that we're working on. The notification process is in the works. We're still, like I said, ironing out some details.
Councillor Keel?
I'm just trying to think through that one, and I'm, on the one hand, I mean, obviously it's going to take staff time if we're sending out, if we're sending out reminders or whatnot. I mean, if somebody was a couple weeks past their permit, would we really do anything other than encourage them to go get their renewal? Like, I'm just wondering in terms of like carrot and stick approach. I mean, I don't want it, I guess, as I was thinking through it in my head, I don't want anybody thinking, well, I'll just wait until I get caught and then I'll renew it. I mean, at some point in time, no, I'm catching on to your scheme. But to Councillor Purcell's point, I mean, I think it's discretionary whether your people lay fines, and I'm not going to speak for all of council, but I certainly, if you're a week or 2 weeks or within a month and you forgot, I mean, I wouldn't personally, as one councillor, be expecting you to rush to a fine. So I'm just wondering, like, could there possibly be a point where, like, if you're 3 months late, maybe we send you a warning letter, and that would probably be a smaller number than if you were sending a reminder to every single person, the month before theirs comes out. Like, so anyway, I'm just throwing out ideas.
Did you want to comment on that, Chief? Oh,
I think
okay,
it's
go ahead.
also work, because I think what's happening now is people will be contacting the fire department to look up that record. So maybe an automated process or something along that lines in terms of just a reminder that went out in terms of an email. I don't know, but that's why I was thinking, use calendar year instead of, the year from the time that was, and maybe the $100 is just the assessment component. And that assessment gets you to the end of the year in terms of December 31st, right? And it's up to the individual if they want to register their outdoor fire receptacle in November. It's an assessment fee, and it just gets you to the end of the year, and it's $50 afterwards. But I just think it's probably easier to initiate the payment process and the reminder process.
Mayor Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to say that I agree with Councillor Purcell, some method forward, because I know in the first year that I applied for one, then I thought it was March, didn't quite, and so then it's like, oh, no, it wasn't March, it was, and so I'm contacting the fire department who's looking it up for me. And yes, maybe I'm supposed to have the copy that I'm given. No, I'm burning things. And so, but anyways, if there is, so if there's some method forward that isn't taxing me, because otherwise it was occupying staff time to try and figure out, well, when did I apply? When am I supposed to pay? Because I'm trying to be in compliance.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer?
Just to thanks, Chief, for coming in, and also to share my support of Councillor Purcell's idea on a calendar year. So right away, we have 3 councillors already on board with that.
Any other comments or questions for the chief? Seeing none, thank you, chief.
Thank you.
Our treasurer, Ms. Schlotty, for monthly accounts, January, February, March, 2024.
Thank you. So April is included in this report as well, although not in the title, and staff is providing the monthly accounts as an information item and considers them to be in order. All payments are made within the allocated budgets or have subsequently been approved by committee of council. Thank you.
Any questions regarding the accounts for the treasurer? Okay. Seeing none, once I scroll through, okay. Now, next item, we have Warming Center, CEO UNRWA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scrolling through myself. So this is a follow-up of, there's at least one other report that's on this that was previously presented on 2024 August 1st, and that's attached. So it's just a follow-up. Some additional information that was provided since the last report is that the town of Petawawa has assigned a member of council to the ad hoc committee and allocated $20,000. Township of Laurentian Valley has assigned a member, actually 2 members of council to the ad hoc committee and is awaiting additional details to allocate the funds. I think they were talking about it actually this evening. There was some question in regards to the plan. As the plan is being formulated, as much as we know or have been given details right now, is that it will be a similar situation or plan as last year, that it would be trailers at the farmers market. That's the recommendation going forward. The big difference, I guess, is that it would completely be operated by the County of Renfrew and their associated organizations. So one of the concerns that was brought forward also was the that transition from it being a warming center going back to a farmer's market in April-May timeframe, and the discussion was that possibly some funds be set aside for that transition to clean up some additional debris if there was any. So that's the recommendation, that the committee approve the expenditure of $100,000 plus $10,000 for the 2024-2025 warming center, and the location be at the farmers market. Just to kind of talk about the financial, that there is $50,000 unallocated in the contingency for 2024, and the remaining would be budgeted for in 2025. Open it up to any questions.
Well, we have Councillor Purcell and then Councillor Keel and then Councillor Plummer.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to give council an update in regards to a meeting that took place on October the 31st here at Council Chambers, and that was a discussion in terms of the placement of the 2024-25 warming center at the farmers market location. So we had a meeting with, I guess present was Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah, as the Warden Peter Emo, myself, Bethia Summers, Stacey Taylor, Nora Johnson, and Dan Sheedy, and Kelly Houlihan, and their representatives from the Farmers Market and also the Downtown Business Association. We discussed the location services for the warming center, and we deemed that the Farmers Market was the most appropriate site for 2024 for various different reasons. There was other locations that were looked at, including a railway station lot that was county-owned property in the back of OATC, and as well as the Farmers Market. The warden provided comment on the location concerns with the railroad property and OATC locations and provided a summary of the Mesa and homeless prevention activities and the Heart Hub efforts to date. If we're successful in getting a Heart Hub, it will be located at the Carrefour McKay campus. OATC is currently, the county is currently negotiating a lease to house a potential drop-in center effective late spring, to act as a cooling and warming center and house the referral services to the Heart Hub if the Heart Hub is successful. So, again, the operator will be McKay Manor. You might have even seen some of the job postings that are out there in regards to McKay Manor operating the warming center this year. And the warden also reaffirmed that this is a temporary solution and that the farmers market will not be used after 2024-25. The representatives from the farmers market provided us with a list of concerns regarding last year's warming center operations, and also the downtown businesses and the farmers market experiences that were discussed and acknowledged. There was a consensus achieved at the meeting that in support of the operation of the warming center at the farmers market location for this coming year, with the request of monies be set aside to address any damages. Any major damages would actually result in a $5K insurance deductible. So just to put that in perspective, and then the additional dollars could be used in the event that there was damages to the farmers market, and also to ensure once the center actually concludes operation, to ensuring a positive community image for the farmers market moving forward, because they were concerned about image. There was also a suggestion that the county would also look at purchasing Tim Horton cards to assist in redirecting users after the center has ceased operations, because people were still actually congregating there after the center had closed. So it's just an opportunity to have that engagement and just to point people in the right direction, and also business cards telling the services and where the services are located. And the farmers market will also have ongoing representation on the warming center committee. So that is something that we think was really, really important, is that an opportunity for them to participate in the meetings and to, address any concerns that they may have. And again, our ultimate goal is to build the trusting relationships with the warming center operators, and of course the facility users, the county and the downtown businesses, and of course the city of Pembroke. And that concluded our meeting. So I think that was one of the things that we had talked about, was in terms of the location for this year. The county is looking for alternative opportunities for the long term in regards to supports for individuals that are unhoused or with addiction. And I'm sure you're going to be hearing more. Even this week, you'll be hearing something from out of Renfrew, out of McKay Manor, which is going to be great for this area. So stay tuned for that one. And I think that the committee, when we met, there is a consensus that the warming center is required this year. I think the single point of time and count was at least 25 individuals within the city of Pembroke that were deemed chronic homeless. Although that the county has stepped up their HPP program, their homeless prevention program, and providing stays in hotels and those kinds of things, there's still a need for this type of service until such time that we can get other support services such as a Heart Hub or a drop-in center that's permanent. There was some discussion in regards to the operation times of the warming center. As you're well aware, last year it operated from 10 p.m. until 8 a.m. in the morning. The county's looking at expanding those services in terms of the time frame, because you're well aware that the grind closes about 3:30, and then individuals from 3:30 on until 10 o'clock tend to frequent, public facilities, downtown businesses, those kinds of things. So the proposal is that the dollars that we identified for this year would look at the operations of the warming center from 4 o'clock until 8 o'clock in the morning. So that will result in, less loitering, opportunity for people to stay warm, because when the grind closes at 3:30 in the winter, where do you go if you're cold? So you go to the Pembroke Library, you go to PMC, you go to the businesses, you go to the vestibules in regards to the bank vestibules, those kinds of things, places to stay warm until such time that the warming center opens. So the request for the $100,000, I know it's a big ask. I understand that it's, we're under a lot of fiscal pressures in regards to, our accountabilities, and I understand that. But I think in the bigger picture, I think we'd be better off in the long run because there's a lot of good things that are happening with partnerships with the county at various different committees. And I do think that, we're going to have a permanent solution, and we're going to have those support services available for individuals to get true addiction recovery opportunities and for them to be successful in terms of moving forward with a productive life. So my request is I would hope that council would support me, support the warming center operations for this year for $100,000. Again, McKay Manor, which is a residential treatment facility, they do have services, and they provide those services in terms of residential types of services, so they're well familiar with the types of clientele that a warming center supports. So I do think it's going to be a successful operation this year. Thank you.
You actually making a motion
I will make the motion
for,
I motion that we support the warming center operations for $100,000 with a $10,000 contingency in regards to the any damages that would be used for any damages, any image promotional materials that are required upon conclusion of the warming center.
you have a seconder, Councillor Frenier? You second it? Okay. So, and you want to speak also right now, yes? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm glad to see this moving forward. The nights are getting colder. We're lucky today and tomorrow to have some warmer temperatures. But I really want to thank Councillor Purcell. I mean, he's got such a well-rounded opinion, and he listens to all the groups involved. And I just want to thank him for his representation on all the committees that he's been working hard with. And I'm glad that we can take care of this, because I know that I've been hearing, people are wondering if it's going to even happen this year. Is there going to be a warming center? Someone came to me with a rumor it was going behind the OATC. I said, no, not as far as I know. But thank you for your summary, your detailed outline of what's happening in our community, on McKay and et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, the train has left the station, and the county and the city and neighboring communities are working on this problem together. And with the MESA program and everything, I'm really seeing some positive things happening. And as Councillor Purcell said, like 100,000 sounds like a lot, but you know what? We can't just put a little Band-Aid. We're going to be moving forward with bigger solutions in the near future. So thank you for your patience.
Councillor Jagano? Oh, sorry, Councillor Keel. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, okay.
And that somewhere at the end? Okay, thank you.
I don't even know where to begin with this. I mean, number one, we still have no budget, and they're asking us for now $110,000. Last year, we at least had a budget at this point. So, I mean, look, I don't disagree that we don't have to have something. Obviously, nobody wants anybody to freeze out there, but I'm going to remind everybody that last year was the last year. The year before last year, starting in about, I think it was February or so, when there were complaints about the warming center at the Grind, we said we need to find a better permanent place. Then last year, we get to about this time, in fact, I think it was maybe a week from now, and the discussion was, well, now it's getting cold, we need to do something quick. And we were told last year, this is the last year. So quite frankly, I'll be completely honest with some of the prior speakers, I don't believe any of you when you say this is the last year. There is no evidence in front of me that we are looking right now at an actual permanent solution for a warming center. We've had discussions about heart hubs, we've had discussions about other things, but as far as I know, right now we're still all in on this last time temporary solution, which is where we were last year. So right now we're talking about spending almost $500,000 between last year and this year on a trailer that we don't own. Like that's the reality of what we're talking about. Over 2 years, Councillor Purcell's shaking his head. Over 2 years, it's almost it's $225,000. That's almost $500,000. And we have, at the end of the day, we have a trailer. We don't have an actual permanent solution. We could have built a house for $500,000. The fact that we are being asked, and this was raised, and I'd remind everybody, this was raised at the last meeting by me, we still don't have a budget. We're being asked for $100,000 with zero budget. We know things are presumably going to be different. There's certain things that we don't have to buy this year, like the lazy boys and stuff like that, don't have to be purchased. We're now talking about extended hours. Like this is different from last year. We should have a budget before we spend $100,000 of taxpayer money. And I will never support spending $100,000 without knowing where it's going or without a budget. So when I vote against this tonight, it's not me voting against a warming center. It's me voting against the fact that this is completely half-reared coming to this council table again. And I said that several meetings ago. So no, I'm not voting for something without a budget. When it comes to the extra $10,000, I could not be more happy with Thursday's meeting with the farmers market and the downtown representation agreeing to take this back, because I know for a fact that they were mad at the end of the last season. They felt that they were just left dry. When the warming center closed up, people were still continuing to go down there. They were dealing with feces, they were dealing with needles, they were dealing with other things, and they did not feel that they got any support. So I could not be more happy, and in fact, I predicted at a prior meeting that they are good-hearted people, and I thought we could come to an arrangement if we assured them that we would have their back. But then I'm left to ask, why is this $10,000 solely coming from the city of Pembroke? I mean, there's other partners here. Where's their extra compared to last year? So I don't have a problem with the idea of a warming center. I have a problem with how this keeps coming to us in a completely, quite frankly, unprofessional way. I mean, it's a hodgepodge plan that once again is coming to us last minute with no budget whatsoever. So, I mean, I would move that we table this until we at least have a budget. And I'm prepared to have a special meeting about it. But I mean, I dare the other councillors around this table in the next election to look voters in the eye and tell them how they spent this $100,000 without knowing where the $100,000 is going. So I would move that we table this until we get a budget from the county.
Plummer?
Second at table.
So we have a motion on the floor to table. Those in favor of tabling? Two, those against?
I request a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote, CEO?
Okay, so the motion is to table the current discussion to a future meeting. Deputy Mayor Brian Mdala?
Nay.
Councillor Ed Jacquino?
No.
Councillor Ian Keel?
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere?
No.
Councillor Andrew Palmer?
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell?
Nay.
Councillor, or Mayor Ron Gervais, sorry.
Nay.
Nay. The nays have it, so the motion to table is defeated.
So we have a current motion on the floor. We'll continue with Councillor Plummer and then Councillor Jacquino.
Thank you. So first off, I'll say what a timely presentation from the Senior Active Living Center we had earlier tonight at a previous meeting. We have to think very hard about and very carefully as to in our community where we allocate our funds. I feel that we need to allocate more funds to our seniors in the community and people who have worked hard and contributed to the years of Pembroke and made a strong and vibrant city. How many of our seniors don't have a doctor and don't have access to VTech? How many of our seniors qualify for Canadian Dental Plan service? which they have to start the process online but don't have access to a computer or an internet or find it difficult to complete. City needs to look into it, doing what they can more, or what more they can do for their seniors. We need a safe place where parks for elderly can walk and feel they can get out and enjoy the spaces they have. We need to provide transportation for our seniors to reach essential services. We need to spend more money and try to implement these services. So we're talking about $100,000 to being spent with, as Councillor Keel raised, with no budget. Yet we have the active senior center saying they're basically just scraping by. They're looking for a new building. They're out of space. They can't provide the services they want because of restrictions they have. Why are we not writing them a check for $100,000 if we're not going to have a budget for anything? So I see there's no reason, or I would definitely not support, the warming center at this state with no budget, and understanding that we have greater concerns in our city, and leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Plummer. Next, we have Councillor Giacono, then Councillor Purcell, then Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Be honest with you, I don't particularly want to have it here either. But from the humanitarian standpoint, I cannot turn a blind eye to my fellow man and say die in the street or be hungry. I cannot do that. That's not my makeup. I wasn't raised that way. And I understand that other people are struggling within the community as well. I'm on a fixed pension. I'm on a fixed budget. My wife and I, have made a donation to that particular warming center because we thought it was important. Was it difficult for us? Yes, a little bit. We had to dip into our pocket. It wasn't budgeted in our budget, but we did it because there was a need. And again, we have a need. We know what we spent last year, so we're not increasing it threefold or double. The problem here is not us beating ourselves up about it. It's the province of Ontario who said, here you go. We're going to hand it all back to you. Policing, anything to do with social services, you look after it, because we don't want to be faced with the problems that you're faced with. We're faced with that. Send it back to the Premier. Send it back to Parliament. It's not our function or not our duty to do that, but we have to, because if we don't, you're going to have people freezing to death. You're going to have people hungry. And as I said earlier, we're not living in a foreign country with no government, without civilization. We are a civilized nation. If we weren't, we wouldn't give a darn, and we just say, you know what? We really don't care about you. You don't want to work, you don't want to eat, die. We can't do that. I mean, that is not our role as human beings. And I agree with the financial standpoint. I know it hurts. We're going to say to other people, there are people that want the warming center as well, some that don't. I understand that. But from a humanitarian standpoint, I think if you leave a person die in the street, then truly, you really are not a decent human being. You're not. You're an animal. So the difference between human beings and animals is our intellect, our ability to judge between right and wrong, the ability to know that we don't have that reptilian factor in our brain that says attack, eat, and destroy, and don't care about anybody else, because that is not who we are as human beings. We're not that. If we are, then we're in a bad state. We're in a bad state. I'm supporting it for the particular reason that we have to go ahead, but I also agree that come January 1, there should be a plan, whether it's to meet with our municipal, our provincial member of parliament, say this is not our responsibility. We've taken it on 2 years in a row. We've had it for a couple years prior to that. We've had people sleeping in the bank, in the vestibules. We've had them sleeping in people's backyards on lawn chairs. That's not acceptable. And until we put some pressure on the government that tells us that we should be doing their job, then we have a real problem. So let's put it back where it's due. And come January 1, I think there should be a plan in place. And as Councillor Keel said, here we are again. Why are we doing it? Because somehow we let it slip through the cracks. All of a sudden it's November again. And that's where we were last year. What are we going to do? It's getting cold. It's November again. So it is November again. January 1, there should be a plan. And I don't know how to formulate that, Your Worship. I think there has to be some real pressure on the behalf of this council and all the other councils within Renfrew County to say, we're not doing that anymore. You have to do it. Find a solution. If you have to build proper housing for these people, then do it. But, you know, you're putting it on a small municipality faced with a huge increase in police costing, thank you very much, which we've inherited again, which was not our role previously. That has to change. And from that standpoint, I have to support it from the humanitarian perspective. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like spending money we don't have. I know we spent $100,000 last year. It worked. We had partners. We had Laurentian Valley. We had Petawawa. I believe they're still in. So it's going to work. January 1, different scenario. Let's change it. I don't want a warming center here next year, come November. Thank you.
Mr. Purcell, and then Mayor Gervais, then Councillor Lafreniere, and then I'll...
You know, I hear the comments around the table, and you know what? I can't agree more. You know, it's unfortunate that we're at this situation. There was a lot that went on this year in regards to standing up, well, the VTAC and the MESA program, the Candy Drug Strategy. There was only the Heart Hubs was just announced in the end of August. So that changed the perspective in terms of the direction that we were going as well. So I think people need to understand that. And also in terms of the operations, who was operating the warming center was also a issue that was just brought forward as of late as well. So I think you need to understand that, you know, we're trying to pivot as quickly as we can. And to Councillor Keel's point, you know, yes, we don't have the budget. I requested the budget. We just haven't had the time to get the budget in hand. The warden said he was working with community services to come up with the budget. We was hopeful to have it for tonight, but it just didn't come into fruition. That being said, and I know Councillor Keel looked at me and nodded whenever he said, have you seen the advertisements in terms of the hourly rates for those individuals that are working in the warming center? Well, I don't think I'm that bad at math, but $22 an hour times 2 times 16 hours is what's going to cost just for staffing. So when you said we could have built a house, we couldn't build a house because when you operate a warming center, it's not about a building. It's about the service and supports that you provide in the building as well. There's additional costs. You got to pay an hourly rate. You're just going to give them an empty building and say, go hog wild? Like, sometimes I wonder in terms of, you know, some of the concept. It's like, this does not make sense to me. You know, we have VTAC services that we stood up to assist the elderly, to assist everybody that doesn't have a family physician. We're actively recruiting family physicians. In fact, we've actually recruited physicians within the county. So when I hear those things, I think it belittles the work of the health committee as a total in terms of the county health committee and the community services committee and property development. So I think we're working towards a long-term solution. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to where we wanted to be this year, but there is a long-term solution that's coming forward. And there's also going to be controls put in place in regards to the long-term solution. Working with staff, working with the CAO to come up with a policy in regards to emergency warming centers, right? To address concerns, to make sure that we're working in an environment where there's parameters around the locations of these things, right? And that there's, you know, things in place such as a good neighbor policy, there's enforcement, there's a licensing process. So we're looking at these things moving forward. You're going to be hearing more about that in December. It'll be presented here at council. So to say, you know, that we've been sitting on our hands for the whole year, and I can tell you that I visited some of the locations in midsummer, and I had previous conversations with the CAO and the county in regards to what are we doing next year. In fact, you know, can we stand up the steering committee in the summer? It didn't happen. It was outside my control. But it wasn't from a lack of effort from, you know, Councillor Fournier, myself, the mayor. It certainly wasn't a lack of that in terms of effort. So the reason why we're here, I could give you a long list in regards to why we're here and why we're doing this right now. And I think it makes sense to continue it in the warming center location of last year. We had the meeting with the farmers market folks and downtown businesses, and they agreed wholeheartedly. They understood the whole plan. It makes sense to them in regards to what the plan and strategy is going forward. Hopefully, the county can ready a true drop-in center, where they can make those referrals to Mesa, which would be located at Carrefour, by the end of the season. So that's the goal. So that's what we're looking for. So there's a commitment from the county to put this all together. So I'm hopeful that if they come back with a budget and it's $400,000, and maybe the ask is $200,000 from the city of Pembroke, is that going to satisfy some councillors around the table? I think we're getting a great bargain at $110,000, to tell you the truth. When you just add up $22 an hour times 2, that's just for staffing, not a facility, not renting washrooms, not doing any of that. It's $44 an hour. Times that by 16, times that by how many nights? 120 nights? There's your budget. A budget will come. It'll be brought forward at the committee level, and I'll represent it here at council. So again, I move that, we provide the $110,000 to support the warming operations for 24-25.
Thank you. Mayor Gervais and then Councillor Lafreniere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to Councillor Lafreniere, I want to begin by thanking Councillor Purcell for all of his efforts on various committees. I've had the benefit of attending substance use steering committees, and I understand that he sits on the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Committee, and just tirelessly working towards what is a complex problem. As I try to explain to some members of the public, if there was a street, I'll compare it to something in ops because that's where I tend to be more frequently. If there was a street that needed some tender loving care and we spent X number of dollars, I'd probably be long deceased before the city ever had to touch it again. It's almost a once and done. It's easy to deal with in the sense that, it goes out for tender, there's contractors, it gets fixed and it's done. But we're not dealing with something that's inanimate such as asphalt. We're dealing with a complex problem, and as I've come to learn by sitting on the steering committee and being present to listen in on all the different groups and organizations that sit around one table, so I commend for that happening, and that's only in the last year that's pulled together, but you listen to them all, and they're all pulling in the same direction. Wasn't that way always, but at least I don't believe so. But to have them all there and listen to them feed off of each other, well, we can do this and we can do that, and we will work together so that we're not pulling in different directions or just in a piecemeal fashion trying to assist different individuals in our community. But as I've learned, it's a very complex subject, and so, and I'm not saying that all people that are homeless also use substances, but there are certain individuals that flow between the different concerns or the different issues. What I told the individuals present at the opening of the new paramedic building in Eganville this week is that the city and the county have never worked so well together. And I truly believe that. It's, as was pointed out to me, that it took 53 years to get there. But anyways, we are there, that we are working better together. I do know that the county gets heat as well. So if the people around this table don't believe that the county warden and others don't get heat, they get heat because there's other municipalities saying, well, why are you focused on Pembroke? Why are you contributing to an effort that's in Pembroke? But I think other municipalities do get it, and that's why they're on board, is we are a hub. We have the services, and as a result, it attracts individuals that are seeking out those services. And yes, we don't have all the services. I got to bet, though, that places like Ottawa and others don't have all the services, because this is across the country that we're dealing with a huge problem. But I do know that a number of things are finally coming together, and I know we keep saying different things, such as there's an application for the Heart Hub. There was an application for SUHAP. So I'm trying to remember all that, because it's certainly not an operational kind of thing, but there was an application for SUHAP, and as I understand it, was successful. So there's a number of things, pieces that are finally coming together. We're heading in the right direction, but you're not going to snap your fingers and all of a sudden no one is homeless, or you're not going to snap your fingers and everyone doesn't have, substance use issues having gone away. So it's a very complex thing. This council wanted to have, I'll say, better accountability, different accountability. You wanted the county to be the one in control over the funds and be accountable to us and to all the ratepayers, and that is what is going to happen. So I have faith that, number one, you got two members that sit on the Warming Center Committee. Number two, you have another municipality, being the upper tier county of Renfrew, that is going to put forward a budget, and you know that they're not going to present budgets or do things that are contrary to their accountability requirements to the ratepayers. So that has been accomplished. So it's finally coming together as to some of the questions that was raised. So the CEO and I attend with the MP and the MPP on a regular basis, and there's a number of different topics that get addressed. One of them I was going to mention in the mayor's report tonight in terms of the policing. So is homelessness raised? Is substance use raised? Yes, all these things are raised with the different levels, and I understand councillors saying, well, this got downloaded and there isn't the appropriate funds, which is why then we have discussions about, with the MP and the MPP about, more of the MPP about sustainable funds and predictable. Like that's a key one there, is predictable. This is when the funds are coming and this is where they're coming from. So I support it, and yes, has it come to fruition, this whole gamut of things, as quick as I'd like? No. But I also know this isn't paving a street. This is much more complex, and all you have to do is sit in on some of in my case, the substance use meetings, and listen to all the different folks that have different backgrounds, but they're all pulling in the same direction, trying to work with one another. When they're making applications for different grants, they're working collaboratively to maximize the opportunity. Let's face it, even so what was it, in March? So when I started having meetings, then the Mesa just, it was in its infancy, it got stood up. So all the things are pulling together, and it's taken this long, and it's going to take some time longer to pull it together, because we are not paving a street during construction season. It's not like that. It's just not that easy. But I firmly believe that we are in the right direction. And I'm not going to kid you. There's some individuals in the community that come up to me and, what are you doing? Why are you even doing this? Just forget about it. And so if we did that, well, then maybe it's forget about your street. Maybe it's forget about something else. Well, no, we operate as an entire municipality working together with the county of Renfrew. And that's, and I truly believe it's never been as good of a working relationship with the county. And we are doing our best to move it forward, but this council wanted to see certain things. You've got the certain things in terms of the accountability, in terms of the budget, and I have no doubt when the warden says that there's going to be a budget and it's going to come to fruition, I firmly believe it. So I support what the motion is, and if someone wants to have a recorded vote, even I stand beside what this is.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so we're going to have Councillor Friendly speak, then Councillor Keel and Councillor Purcell want to speak one more time, and then I'll speak, and then we can hopefully call the vote. Call the vote then. Councillor Lafreniere.
So I know that the province normally covers, hospitals, health matters. This is an issue. One of the reasons this is being discussed so heavily is because it's coming out of the municipal dollars. Let's take it and look at it a different way. Right now, if I have appendicitis, I go to the hospital. It's not, municipal tax dollars don't have to pay for that. It's covered at the hospital. If I have diabetes, I can be treated at a hospital and paid through the hospital. If I have cancer, I can go and be treated at a hospital. How we get these diseases like lung cancer or diabetes, I mean, they're all covered by health. And I think what we're doing here is we are separating mental health and addiction from a bodily disease. This is a mental health issue. And I think there's some unconscious bias. And I'm not saying everybody, but it's like everybody's painting this group of individuals with one brush and saying they made these choices that led here. Why should we pay for it? Well, you know what? That's like saying to someone who has lung cancer, well, you chose to have that first cigarette, so we are not going to pay for your health care. You know, it's getting down to that. And it's really sad because this is an illness. And yes, they might have chose to do that first bit of drugs, but they didn't know it was in their disposition to possibly get addicted. So I'm just hoping that people can think a little more open-minded about this. And then there was someone alluded tonight around the council table to the fact that, you know, the seniors drop-in was here tonight and, you know, they need money. Well, you know what? I would like to see if any of those seniors are sleeping in the cold tonight. So I think you cannot compare what funding goes to them and what we're looking at here. It's two different things. I'm the senior citizen drop-ins do great work in our community, but you can't compare people that are sleeping in the cold, and we're going to try to, you know, extend a little help to them, to seniors that are going for, you know, a social activity. So I just took a little bit of shock in that statement. I'm going to be supporting this. And I just want you to think about what I said. Any other disease, you can go to the hospital and they will look after you. Right now, we have a shortage of rehab, detox in the province. So we're just doing what we can right now to try to help them out. And that's all. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Lafreniere. Councillor Keel.
I mean, I'm not even sure what half of this discussion was just about, because I don't think anybody around this table is hoping for people to die in the winter. But to your point, Councillor Lafreniere, when hospitals need money from the province, they present a budget. When the county of Renfrew applies for a grant, they present a budget. When our own citizens come to us for the smallest of CIP grants, they have to present a budget. I didn't mention at all saying that I have a problem funding a warming shelter. What I have a problem with is the way that we're going about doing this process. We don't have an agreement in writing with the county at the moment. There's no agreement in writing with the farmers market at the moment, which last year I think came more than halfway through the actual warming center period. We don't have a budget. I mean, we can talk about, you know, we can talk about budgeting matters during budget and who deserves what and who deserves this, but every single entity that you just alluded to has to have a budget. Last year, we in fact did have a budget when we voted on the $100,000. This year, we actually have less than what we had last year. And I'll remind some members around this table, without naming them, I know some members around this table were not happy with how the money was spent last year. So my only concern is we need to be accountable to the taxpayers in how we spend their dollars. I suppose we could go out on a limb and say, well, we trust the county, you know, we trust the county in their budgeting process, but I would remind all of you, last year the county is who we gave the money to. And then the county is the one that paid the grind to operate the warming center. So there is actually no difference between this year and last year. In both cases, we are handing money over to the county and saying, we hope you do the right thing with it. But last year we had a budget. This year we don't even have that. So we can talk about how we got here. We can do all those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, I can't imagine the city of Pembroke in almost any other scenario saying, sure, we'll just hand over $100,000 because we're out of time and it's important. We were out of time and it was important last year, but we at least had a budget. So that's, you know, again, I think a lot of what we just circled around, I don't know, I mean, I was sitting here saying I agree with all of this, but that's not the point. So that's why I moved to table it, and that's why I won't be supporting it, simply because this process, we are not at a spot where we should be handing over a check for $100,000. And if any of us ran into any member of the public tomorrow and said, well, you know, can you assure me that $100,000 is going to be used for a good purpose? We can't give that assurance. We can give the hope, we can give dreams, but we can't say that the money is going to be used the way that we would like it. And again, in fact, some of us had problems with what was spent last year. So that's my problem, is the process. And I don't know how we actually got into a worse position than last year when we've been doing this for now 3 warming centers.
Okay, so Councillor Purcell will speak, and then Councillor Plummer, and then I'll speak, and
Certainly,
we'll call the vote.
I've only been around for 2 warming centers, but anyway.
Go ahead, Councillor Purcell.
Just to set the record straight, I just wanted to make sure that I kind of captured, you know, all the county activities. We also stood up 12 transitional housing beds at Care for McKay as well, with another 12 coming to support transitional housing needs for seniors that are going into long-term care. So that's just another accomplishment that happened this year as well. I hear Councillor Keel, I hear, Councillor Plummer. I will bring forward a budget when I have it to bring forward. I know that they're working on it. That being said, in terms of the magnitude of the problem, and I'm sure that our fine CAO had provided copies in terms of the reports for this month, in terms of the committee reports, and I just wanted to give you a magnitude of the issue in the city of Pembroke. So since March of 2024, the MESA paramedic outreach team and the County Renfrew's Emergency Services Department has had approximately 1,480 encounters with individuals. Of these encounters, approximately 1,257 occurred in the city of Pembroke. 1,229 were with an individual who identifies as experiencing homelessness, addiction, and mental health challenges. 96 were follow-ups, post-911 activations, and 282 resulted in 911 or emergency department diversions. 282 911 and emergency department diversions. 281 times $400 for police services? So that's right? To put somebody in a hospital for a month? $35,000 it costs. $35,000. You know, we tie up these services, right? We don't have a place for these individuals to go. We tie up these services because they're responding to God knows where these individuals are located. It's taking away emergency service response to you and I, if in the case that we need an ambulance to get to the hospital or a paramedic services. Think big picture, $35,000 a month to house somebody in a hospital. This is proven, it's actually in statistics. $7,500 a month to put somebody, incarcerate them for a mental health concern. $7,500. Meanwhile, supportive housing costs $3,500 a month. That's a bargain. $3,500 compared to $35,000? A bargain. So, you know, I tried to look at the bigger picture, and you can see that this is actually working. It's diverting costs away from hospital service, which you and I all pay, and we utilize those services. Yeah, maybe not in the municipal bucket, maybe a different bucket of money, but we're all paying those dollars. Huge dollars. This is actually saving dollars. That's the reason why MESA and VTAC are considered best in class. They're the first of its kind. People are actually mirroring what we're trying to accomplish elsewhere throughout the province and outside the province as well. You know, when you have paramedics and caseworkers and community mental health workers and addiction treatment services, and you have community services departments doing these referrals and moving these people forward, this is a real benefit for our healthcare. It really is. because now it's a single point, a single point where people can be checked on. If there's an issue, even police, if you talk to the inspector, even police appreciate that because they know where to find the individual if there is an issue they want to follow up on. They go to the warming center in the evening. It actually is a cost savings for the $100,000 that we spend. It really is. You know, and I can put these stats together. I can justify supporting the warming center in terms of the costing. And I know we're hung up in terms of not having a budget, and I recognize that. We will have a budget moving forward. But, you know, if you take into consideration that we look at the $30,000 or $40,000 for a trailer last year, I can pull that out of the budget. You have access to it as well. You've got $22 an hour times 2 individuals times 16 hours a day times 120 days. Add that onto it, you're well over your $100,000. Well over it. And we haven't even talked about security. We haven't talked about, you know, anything else. It's just that. You know, we haven't talked about maintenance in terms of cleaning. We haven't talked about all the support services that are required as well. That's where the dollars go. Yes, I understand what Councillor Keel's saying. It was a different operator. That's the reason why we switched operators. Right? It's a different operator. That's why we didn't have liability insurance until March of last year. Right? The operator, we brought it to this council. We should look at this. You guys all say, no, don't worry about it. You know, we came up with a policy in regards to the operations of warming centers. Said we didn't need it. I go back and show you the minutes. That said, in the policy that I provided, this is the amount of insurances that you need to operate a warming center. And this council shot it down. Now we're back to that stage again in December. So, you know, I understand the frustrations. I'm frustrated as well. I don't want to be here, you know, with not a budget and saying, you know, just trust me. But unfortunately, we have to trust the process. We built good relations with the county that the mayor had stated. You know, they're moving the bar forward. They're investing a lot of dollars in the city of Pembroke. Those include jobs. Those 12 beds include jobs. The startup of a drop-in center, those include jobs. These are jobs we're talking about. Those 2 individuals or 4 individuals that's probably going to be required because it's a 7-day operation, 24/7 operation. You know, those are jobs too that are creating an opportunity for somebody. So you can't just think of it as a spend. And it's not all goes to housing. It goes to the operations of this warming center that actually reduces the costs in terms of social costs, because now we're supporting individuals in a housing unit that perhaps have some mental health issues, maybe some addiction issues. And in some cases, people can't afford where they're living in terms of the dollars. Some people don't have, you know, any medical types of issues. They're homeless because of their own situation that occurred to them. And I beg to differ. If you look in the mirror, some people are one paycheck away from that same situation. So, you know, hopefully you're not in that situation, but if you are, there's a place to go, a safe, warm place that you can, you know, stay warm, and, you know, you can be successful in terms of moving forward. And given the opportunity, if you do need medical supports through MESA, through VTAC, that you'll get those supports and divert those costs away from some of the social and hospital costs and medical costs that are really piling up, taking away the services from you and I if we get sick. So, thank you.
Councillor Purcell, and I'll speak. Councillor Plummer, I mean, sorry.
Thank you. I don't see us anybody changing anybody's minds around the table here tonight, but I'll just bring up a couple things. Laurentian Valley still doesn't give a commitment, so we don't know what theirs is. Will that change our amount we have to put forward? Or are we still on the hook for 110? Petawawa is only giving 20. We're on the lion's share of 110. We had one overdose last year. Another individual fell through the ice because of location. Were they intoxicated, just didn't know the ice? I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. But there's 2 deaths directly related to where the warming center is. Why are we normalizing a place to do drugs? I don't think this is a great idea. Prior to 2022, we didn't have a warming center here in Pembroke. I don't see what the need is for it here anymore.
Thank you. So, one of the reasons we had a meeting, Councillor Purcell and I, very positive meeting with the farmers market and the PBA, and they were very appreciative of providing them input, and it was a very open discussion. And the farmers market and the PBA wanted to make sure that, you know, at the end of the meeting, they said, we're not against homelessness, we're not against warming center, we're just concerned about the concerns of last year. So they had some requests that the manager of the market went over, and the warden was speaking right there, or sitting right there where I sit, and he said, no problem, we can take care of that. I have full confidence in the warden of Pembroke County and the county administration and Mackey Manor to run the facility different than last year. I know we don't have a budget yet, but we know that it's going to be a responsible budget. There will not be any money wasted on things that we don't need to, that they figure we don't need. And as Councillor Purcell said, you're going to have the services of the Mackey Manor and the Mesa program to check in, and it's going to be run tighter, and you won't have the there'll be more oversight than last year as far as drugs and that incident, because we know from that, we learned from that. Now, one of the reasons that we're dealing with this now is that the county were applying for a grant to the province for a warming center permanent facility. And the province changed the parameters of the grant. The warden told us this, and Councillor Purcell can vouch for it. He told us that the province changed the parameters of the grant, so they had to circle back, and they had to come up with locations at the last minute of the farmers market, the old railway station, or behind the OACT. So the farmers market is the most logical. One reason is the hydro is already there, because apparently it cost $5,600 to hook the hydro up last year. And, you know, no one wants to have a warming center, but it is what it is. I got a call from a resident, and I spoke to her for like close to an hour last week. And the resident said, I've been paying taxes for 50 years in Pembroke. You make darn sure that you take care of those people that are vulnerable. And I listened to her. I've had other people say to me, don't need a warming center, they can go elsewhere. But where are they going to go? You know, if we start putting people, like if we have that attitude and something does happen, how would you feel? And I am no expert on mental health and addiction, but I've known people with mental health that have taken their lives. My best friend did that. And a family member took his life with mental health years ago. And I'm no expert on this, but I read an article in a local paper, the Ingalville Leader, about mental health court. There were 3 cases of individuals who went for counseling, addiction counseling, and turned their lives around. And the judge, March, was proud of them, and he said, you stay on the straight and narrow. So the system does work. But if we don't have a warming center at the farmers market, think about what would happen if we don't have one. If we don't have and where are those people going to go? So I get advice from Councillor Purcell. He sits on the committee, Councillor Frenier. His former employment, he dealt with these issues. I also talked to the manager. We had a community watch meeting a few weeks ago at the 260 Elizabeth, and I stayed after and I spoke to the manager for the County of Homelessness and Housing. She said, we need a warming center. She said, what if a person has mental health issues? They can't go to the motel because they've outstayed their welcome, they've damaged it, or they don't have an apartment to go to, and where do they go? And she says, Brian, we need a warming center this year. And the county is looking at a permanent warming cooling center with referral services. And everything's coming into play now. The Drug Strategy Committee, the MESA program, the MESA program up at the Carrefour. So everything's coming into play. It's not going to solve it overnight, but I think if we don't have a warming center, the situation, you know, downtown will be worse. So I'm very confident in the county and the Mackey Manor who are professionals in this field running it, and I know we should go ahead. And the province, yes, Councillor Giacono, the province should be covering the cost of all these downloaded services. The mayor and I have had many conversations about, going to the province. Our MPP, John Yakubuski, is talking on our behalf about the potential police increase. AMO is, I saw a resolution from AMO. They're lobbying the government to take back some of the services they downloaded. We can't keep affording these costs, but it is what it is. And we have an excellent relationship, as the mayor alluded to, with the county. And it's all about, for the common good, humanitarian, partnerships, and community. And so I'm voting in favor of it. And I want to thank the farmers market and the PBIA for understanding and partnering with us on this initiative. And now we'll have the vote and the motion again.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote requested.
So the motion is that the committee approve the expenditure of $100,000 plus a contingency of $10,000 for the 2024-2025 warming center and the location of at the location of the farmers market. So Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yes.
Councillor Ed Giacono,
Yes.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Nay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
A big yes.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Nay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yay.
Mayor Ron Gervais. The yeas have it from 5 to 2, so the motion passes.
Thank you. So our final item tonight is City Hall staffing. We have our treasurer, Ms. Lochte, and CEO Unruh will be sharing the report.
We're just talking back and forth. Who's going to start? So we're bringing this forward at this time. We would usually bring this forward at budget time, but this kind of leads into some of the decisions that have to happen prior to the budget in regards to trying to secure summer co-op positions and also what we're going to be putting into the budget. Almost, as soon as I took the CEO role, there were some indications that, should there be a deputy CAO, the treasurer fulfills that role, but again, she has many hats as her own. Certainly I've taken a look at certain structures throughout different municipalities. One of the things that that we're putting forward right now is the creation of a role being the manager of corporate service. So that would be the current clerk moving into that role, and then a deputy clerk being hired under that position. And the thought process there is that for the past, I want to say like 3 to 4 weeks, the current clerk has done PSB meetings, reports for council, and freedom of information, and that's probably it. The previous clerk had it on her agenda, and all great intentions to redo the procedural bylaw, just couldn't get time into set aside to work on the document. Certainly, taking the new role, the new clerk is under the same pressures and also wants to get a new procedural bylaw. Plus, we're also looking at modernization in regards to record management, and then also streamlining the agenda process, going electronic. And so all those take time. And so the thought would be is to have some of my duties go down to the manager of corporate services. Then that individual is able to download some services down to the deputy clerk position. So it certainly frees me up to get into more strategic items, more dealing with the province and the different ministries, which I think is, especially over the last 6 months, and dealing more closely with the county is very important. When you're making delegations to these different ministries, when you're trying to ask for funding, asking for support, as we will be, going forward in regards to homelessness and substance abuse, it's a lot easier discussion if you're not introducing yourself for the first time. They already know the city of Pembroke, they already know the issues, and so that's a big part of where I would like to go in regards to advocacy. And then also the thought is for the deputy clerk also to take some duties away from the current treasurer. So maybe I'll pass it over to you at this point, Angela.
So part 2 to this request is to shift some duties between the current payroll clerk and the HR coordinator. So since I've started, there has always been too much work, not enough people in the payroll clerk role who manages both the day-to-day payroll for the city as well as banking. I have been trying very hard to make our processes more efficient since I started in 2019. We've undertaken a massive upgrade to our payroll in terms of now we have electronic timesheet submissions. It's not like reams of paper anymore, and we have been able to see some efficiencies on the operations side of the house. So we were able to reorganize one of the positions, treasury positions at operations, to be an admin staff now for operations. But these changes unfortunately have not resulted in any time savings on the payroll side. So we're just constantly operating from a position of being behind all the time. I have a wonderful staff. It has nothing to do with the abilities. I have a very hardworking, very dedicated staff in this role. It's just, there's just way too much volume and not enough people to do the work. At the same time, the CIO is also very with HR duties, which falls under his hat as well. So what we would like to do is take some of the more clerical items of benefits administration from the HR coordinator and move it over to a new position that sort of so to create a payroll clerk, take some of the higher level duties from the payroll clerk plus some of the benefits administration duties from the HR coordinator and change the current title of the current clerk's position to be a pay and benefits administrator. And we were thinking that with these changes, it will certainly help with the workload issues I have in my department in that particular area, as well as assist in the HR role that we have at the city, being able to take on some higher level tasks to help our CAO.
Not something that you would like to see. The couple other things is that we would like to change the title for the HR. So certainly it's the position right now is called the HR coordinator, and so we're looking at a HR generalist to kind of more define that she does a lot more in regards to just coordinating. She is the HR department. And I provide some oversight, and then also in regards to the treasurer. So currently, all our senior management is directors, except for the treasurer, and so we'd be looking at making that change to director of finance. I think we looked at. Oh, corporate services. Sorry. And then the third recommendation, but would be more discussed during the budget time and not necessarily, one of the two recommendations that we're looking forward here is additional support in regards to the economic development. So just open it up to any questions.
So first to speak, we have Councillor Purcell.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for your report. Understandable, I can see the justification in terms of, some of the shifts in terms of responsibilities. I do think that, you guys have way too much on your plate. I do agree with that. It's actually, the workload is actually very intense. Has there been any consideration in terms of outsourcing payroll? I mean, there's opportunities in having third party provide those types of services. That's something that a lot of businesses are doing now. They outsource their payroll. Now that you've gone to electronic timesheets, it'd probably be a smooth transition. And also in terms of HR services, maybe there's an opportunity to also look at, just getting a quote in terms of HR services. I think there may be an opportunity to augment some of those, alignment pieces. And I know that other organizations have been looking to the county in terms of what capacity they have. And I know that they've been kind of discussing opportunities in terms of fee-for-services. So you could share resources in regards to, positions that may be required. And I'm just talking generally, I'm just throwing these things out there, okay? I know that we're in a unionized environment. I understand that. It's just that I think, is this what you want to do, or is this just a start? And maybe there's more of a deeper dive, and as much as I hate consultants, but I do like HR consultants, maybe there's an opportunity to really look at the organization as a whole in terms of the administrative functions and seeing how, piece off what can be maybe to a third party. And it's not going to jeopardize the intent is not that. There's enough work for everyone. Right? It's just, again, aligning the work to meaningful work that we can do in-house that would support the day-to-day activities in terms of the operations of the city of Pembroke, and not so much the administrative stuff. Like comp and bens is always, in my world, my previous world, it was outsourced. We outsourced it all. And the reason for that is you have a third-party provider, a third party that provides those types of services, and they take care of it. Electronic timesheets go to, to a payroll organization. And if there's a discrepancy, you work through that process, not through staff. So I'm just thinking there's an opportunity there. I do agree. I kind of like the focus in terms of more a strategic focus for our CAO. I think that's great. My only worry is that are we downloading to individuals that are already overtaxed? That's my only concern. And you would know that better than I do. You know what you do. But I've seen this happen before with good intentions in terms of alleviating one individual, and somebody gets the big bag at the end. And that's not sustainable. So I just want to be careful, just making sure that it's well thought out, and that if it takes a little bit more time, I would support that. But I do think that there's an opportunity maybe to look at other types of arrangements that may make sense. Thank you.
So we have Councillor. Oh, yes, CAO, go ahead.
And I'll start and I'll leave Angela to kind of finish up. In regards to the payroll side of it, I don't know. In regards to the HR, certainly, we do get support through our legal in regards to HR. But I wouldn't, fathom the fact of outsourcing that. Like, there's so much intuitive that is provided with that department. And the huge value, I think, in regards to HR is knowing the employees, and you create that relationship. And certainly our individual that is in that position right now has that relationship. So I wouldn't want to jeopardize. And it's interesting, you kind of mentioned, some of those items in regards to outsourcing. So over the last, I want to say month and a half, I've had two separate discussions with two different organizations to actually, could we do some stuff? Because, what do we do well? Besides plowing roads and infrastructure and things like that, is collect money. and so and accounts payable and things like that. So I'm talking to some other organizations that are a bit smaller, a little bit more difficult and in regards to their core, and yeah, could we provide those services? Like we do provide services for the library currently, and also Angela, PBIA, yeah. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, but we're kind of actually looking the reverse, is that we probably have other individuals come to us for support rather than us outsourcing. So yeah, we are looking at it, and believe me, it's been probably a year and a bit of kind of thinking of what different moves we could make. And then when the clerk had retired, we were going to make this move, but we weren't sure what we were going to get, in the position. And so, all confidence in the current individual that's in the position. And that's not just because she's sitting beside you, she might hit me. But, all seriousness, and it also provides that aspect of succession planning. And that was the biggest concern in regards to the clerk position. Like, there's no one coming out of universities, there's no one coming out of colleges that is a clerk. And it's actually difficult to find someone that works in a municipality that, yep, I can do that role as a clerk, if you've not been in that. And so the idea of the deputy clerk is that. And so, yeah, we are downloading, some stuff, but we are creating those positions to kind of pick up those bags. So I'd let Angela comment on the payroll side.
So I have had experience in outsourcing some finance tasks to an outside service provider, and I will say that the level of service we received as a company was very poor, because they only do what they tell you to do. If we tell them to do something and it's not right, then it's, you're getting garbage back, and we were getting a lot of garbage. I know the staff here, when we approve payroll, like, the supervisors aren't experts in the collective agreements, and when we're reviewing the payroll on the payroll clerk side, we're also have all that knowledge of all of our collective agreements and saying, that's going to create a bad precedent if that gets approved. We have to go back to people, we have to say, you can't do that, it's only 2 hours, you forgot about callbacks, you forgot about, what about this additional premium you should be paying somebody? So we do, the information that we, process is much more accurate, because we have that personalized lens on the different transactions that we process. So I know for myself, just based on the experience I've had with accounts payable, I would not recommend outsourcing. At the end of the day, it doesn't really save you, because you're fixing a whole bunch of stuff after the fact. And in a case of a union management situation, you're creating a lot of difficult situations just because you're not interpreting things properly. And again, we're kind of the gatekeepers of that, in the role that we have right now, to make sure that we're processing pay accurately and correcting any mistakes before the employee actually gets the paycheck. So I know for myself, I don't see that being a good fit in this particular area, just based on my experience.
Just a rebuttal, though, in regards to, I know that we use Dayforce, and we had 22 unions with separate collective agreements. It actually smoothed issues. So people were paid correctly. There was a process in place when there wasn't an issue. And I mean, that's 22 separate collective agreements. So that's different sets of rules for 22 groups of 3,500 individuals. So, well, I'm sure C&L compared to, 100 employees compared to 33,000, but there are providers that do provide a service, and it's about proper contract management, right? So if you have an issue with your provider, that's when you raise that issue, you identify the issue, and you put controls in place. And as you get better in terms of writing the contract and renewals, you address those types of issues. But
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I should have gone through you.
but I mean, that's, sorry, I was getting into a conversation here. But yeah, like I said, I still think that there's an opportunity to look at it, just to see if there's a cost saving.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. So we've Councillor Keel, then Mayor Gervais, and then Councillor Frenier.
I was actually just going to ask Councillor Purcell's question there for a moment, because I was also thinking that CNL is probably much larger, much more complex. I would suspect that there's probably third parties out there that deal with a lot more challenging things than the city of Pembroke. But anyway, so overall, I mean, I think the one thing we all recognize, and I say this in the nicest of way, staff are expensive. I mean, that's, it's not 5,000 here and 10,000 here, and you're probably talking $50,000-$60,000 a year minimum when you add staff. So obviously we take it very seriously. At the same time, it takes a while to get used to things, and certainly being elected to a municipal council definitely takes a while to get used to things. But I mean, I couldn't agree more that I have been saying it for months, if not since last year, that I think our CAO is overworked with, I don't want to say menial tasks, but I like small tasks that I just don't think are properly within his wheelhouse. But at the same time, when you look at upper administration, there's nowhere else to put it either. So I suggested, I think as early as last year, that I thought we should have a deputy CAO or somebody underneath to deal with things, and allow our CEO to actually focus on big picture, on long term, on emergency and urgent matters. So I don't see an issue with that. I'm not entirely sold / I'm not sure I entirely understand the HR and that kind of one. But I do want to say this, in terms of staffing, I get that we have an administrative grouping atop, but I also think we're missing the mark on things that are frankly forward facing to the public. Every spring now since I've been on council, I don't know about everybody else, but I get messages saying there's no garbage cans down at the Marina and Riverside Park in the spring when the snow is gone. So what am I doing with my dog droppings and stuff like that? And so then when you go to Parks and Rec, they say, well, we don't have staff to be outside right now because all of our staff are still inside with the rinks, and they're not going to be available until May to be outside. Well, when the weather gets nice, the weather gets nice. That's, so that's an example of, something that the public is noticing and demanding in a forward-facing kind of way. But Councillor Purcell brings up, third parties. Well, that leads me to question, the PBA, I believe, hires Winter Summer Solutions to pick up their garbage. Now, I realize that there's unions and whatnot, but if we went to our Parks and Rec staff and said, are there better jobs that you could be doing than picking up garbage? I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but they might agree that they would rather be doing more important things than picking up garbage all across town. So I agree with Councillor Purcell that as long as the costing makes sense, I'm not afraid to put things out there, not to try and decrease our number of employees, but to give them more important tasks that we actually need to be focusing on. But again, staffing is expensive. It's not just the salary, it's the benefits, it's the pension contributions. I will speak to the ECDEV and tourism one. I mean, I've spent a lot of time over the last number of months with Elijah and Heather, and the number of small tasks that we give the two of them. I'm not saying unimportant, but I mean specific, this needs to get done. I would imagine that they're probably putting in more work than they're properly compensated for. They do a fantastic job, but there's only so many hours. There's only so many hours in the day. We got a little unfortunate that doing the BRNE study, that person, I don't know how best to put it, stopped working. So now Heather's picking up the BRNE study. The whole point of the BRNE study is to set our direction of where we want our economic development to go. Heather's also indicated to me that she would enjoy having a strategic plan for economic development, like an actual plan about where that department should be going and where we should be taking people. And we're talking about a department whose sole job is to bring money into the city of Pembroke. And there's no better money than money coming from the outside to the inside. I mean, recycling money within us is great, but you know, whether it's bringing in new businesses into the business park, whether it's advertising the city of Pembroke as a place to move to or to work in, I don't know that we're doing that. Well, no, I am going to say we're not doing that, I think, as effectively as we could be. So it would be my suggestion that we look at giving them an extra person, so that Heather can actually focus on big picture, big items, getting out there with businesses, while somebody else is doing, you know, BR&E study interviews. And you know, one of Elijah's tasks is basically posting things on our Facebook and our website. Elijah is such a capable person. There are much bigger things that he could be doing, again, for tourism and whatnot, to bring stuff in. But you know, sometime this week he's going to be putting together a post to post on Facebook saying the flags are coming down for Remembrance Day. I mean, that's, you know, I know that's his job at the moment, but I'm just saying there's so much more that the two of them could be doing in their sort of orphan department that's not a department that's, I still don't entirely understand. So all of that is to say that I do think we need more. I do think we need some additional staff, simply because there are things that we'd like to be doing that aren't getting done. And while the public might not see that, it is things that is causing the public to get their back up. They just don't necessarily know why things aren't getting done or why things aren't happening. I don't know of any staff here in the city of Pembroke that are sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Certainly not in this building. There is so much work to do. Hundreds of hours a year going into FOI requests. So that's people requesting documents from us. And our clerk is doing that. Our clerk that I wish was in fact working on on a revised procedural bylaw, so that we can actually have some more efficiency around this table at nights as we approach 10 o'clock tonight. So I know for a fact there are things that I would like to be seeing that aren't getting done, because I know for a fact that the staff are working up to here. So I will leave it with you, Dave, to figure out what the best result is, because certainly HR and administration isn't my specialty. You're the person in the building. But I would support some change. I would support spending some money at it. But I will say it's going to have to be in a strategic and pinpointed kind of way. Unlike a Fortune 500 company, I don't want us to just hire an extra 10 people, and if that doesn't work, we fire 10 people next year. So it's got to be strategic, but I support the general concept.
So
Okay, go ahead.
So just to clarify, the current payroll clerk is responsible for both payroll for the city of Pembroke, the library, and the PBIA, as well as the city banking function. So right now, what's happening is payroll is getting done because it has to get done every 2 weeks, and the banking's done whenever it can be fit in. So that's why we're in November right now, and you're only seeing reports on spending up to the end of April, is because we're that far behind. So, and like, those are some of the two most important functions that my department does, is manage the banking and pay our vendors and our people come first. So, so that's a real problem, because, you know, again, banking is a very important role to the city. We have to be on top of it. So we are monitoring things daily, but it's just, you know, finding and correcting problems is not something that happens on a timely basis right now. And that's a problem. And I've been trying to fix it, and I hate coming here and admitting defeat that I can't make the processes any more efficient, but I'm at the point where I just can't. It takes as long as it takes. And there's just, what we need to fix it is not necessarily a full-time staff, it's a part-time staff. But if we couple it with like the overload that's in the HR department, then we can, most likely justify a full-time person between those two particular areas. So just to provide a bit more background about why it is we're asking this position, for this extra position right now.
Thank you. Mayor Gervais.
Thank you. So to echo some of the comments from Councillor Keel and to build on some of those comments. So as a municipality across the board, I would hope that all members of council appreciate that we are lean. There was studies completed under former Mayor LeMay. We are lean across the board, and I'm not saying that's right. And I don't want staff to believe that we do not respect staff. In fact, we very much respect staff, understand that the workload is heavy across the board. And so with that, I read through the report, and in terms of how does it get financed and so forth, I'm concerned that whether in this report and in other reports, we talk about the MAT tax, and on this one, it's like, well, we'll use 50% of the existing tourism position. I know that from the Tourism Advisory Committee that we have estimates of what we might receive from the MAT tax, but I don't even know, number one, what we're going to receive. Number two, what this council even wants to do with the MAT tax. Is it to finance current employees? Is it to use it for different initiatives? I don't know. That's something for this council to discuss, debate, and so forth. I do know that in recognition of how stretched things are, that we separated the CAO role from the clerk role, recognizing that there was too much for one person to do. So that was, I'll say, step one, if you will. I'm cognizant of what Councillor Keel is saying, which is one of my notes I had down here, is it's not a once and done. If you hire an employee, there's, in a unionized environment going forward, you're always going to be, in fact, there's going to be increases to whatever that position is. Brings me to my next point that I wrote down here is compression. So what I'm concerned about is that if we have this sounds odd talking in front of the individuals that you're talking about, but anyways, so you got a particular position, maybe I'll phrase it that way, you got a particular position, now you're going to hire someone who's a deputy underneath them. Is it going to cause compression? And I know the city has in the past dealt with compression, and it usually means bumping up someone so as to create a proper spread between those different positions. And so what I'm wondering or what I'm concerned about is with rejigging different things, not to say that we shouldn't be doing something, but one should be concerned and looking at the issue of compression. The other one is, not that it's, shouldn't necessarily be our problem, but it becomes our problem, is finding qualified people to fill the roles. And I know the CEO has already mentioned it. My understanding is in operations, we've been trying to find a capital works coordinator for, I believe it's 2 years. Hopefully we'll fill that position soon. But what I'm getting at is that it takes sometimes a long time, and if you can't find the person, then you start bumping up. And I pay attention to the ads that the city puts out, and I see increases in terms of what's being offered by the city of Pembroke, and all I look at then is, well, are you doing is there a compression problem then with the individuals above it? Because like in ops, for instance, this is what I keep coming, because this is the department that we chair and vice chair, is, are they stretched? Yeah, I believe ops is stretched as well. I believe that all the different departments are stretched, which brings me to, should we not be looking across the board before doing anything, just saying, well, how is it that we need to rejig things to make it happen across the board? I couldn't agree more with what Councillor Keel is saying, because in terms of the PDAC that we sit on and paying attention to Heather and Elijah, so now we're getting personal, but anyways, those two particular roles. And so on the ECDev, for instance, so you've already mentioned about the BR&E, and now there's no consultant, so now she's doing that. In addition to, she's trying to be working on a CIP amendment that council wants, and there's just so many things, and just there's not enough hours in the day in that particular department. So I guess what I start to wonder is that person going to burn out? And so if we do something in one department, but we're not at the same time or, you know, looking at the other position, what signal does that send to those individuals? Are they do they believe that they're worth less because we're not actually saying yes to that particular department as well? So in all, what I wrote down here is, do we not actually need to look at all those different departments and figure out, as opposed to piecemeal trying to figure out, and I understand it's, you know, timing, you know, do we hire students, don't we hire students? But I think, from what I can gather from council members, and I agree with it, is you got to get it right, because if you hire someone and then the next year it's like, okay, we rejigged it again and we're going to try and remove someone, well, good luck with that in the unionized environment. So I have concerns, and I know the chair, looking at the time, which I guess we're going to have to make a motion soon to extend it or something, but anyways, I have concerns making any kind of a motion based upon the report that's in front of me, just because I think that there's some variables that I don't have answers to.
Councillor Lafreniere.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting before I make my comment.
Extend the meeting, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
So,
Go forward.
Yeah, so I'm not going to lengthen. There's been enough talk about this, but I like the idea of looking at outsourcing. I'm reluctant to pre-approve any new positions at the end of a budget year. So I would rather we put more thought into this, discuss it at budgets, because I've always been partially against pre-approval. The MAT tax. Council has not yet determined what is that going to be used for. There's been many different conversations alluding to possibility that it would go into a capital recreation reserve, because we know what kind of costs were, you know, I'd hate to spend it or allocate it before we actually made a decision as a council what to do with it. I know that staff is working hard. There's no debate about that. But I'm wondering, this seems to have just come to a head. I know that in the summer, I know that there was been some hour changes in some of the departments to, I believe, a 10-hour day, maybe 4 10s. I'm wondering, has that had an effect? I know in my career, if I was working a 10-hour day, so let's say I'm working 2 hours past my coworker, sometimes it inhibited what I could get done. If I worked as a team, sometimes, and I'm not saying this, but if someone could just clarify, if someone's working 10 hours, but they're alone in the office for that extra 2 hours a day, can they get all their work done without another person there? Like, do they work in teams? Do they rely on someone else to finish something for them or to give them information? So I don't know, but it seems like all of a sudden now we're asking for, 3 positions. I mean, I think it's worth more discussion. I didn't know that anybody was going to a 10-hour day. It just came up in conversation one day. But I'm just wondering if that's had an effect on workload. Anyway, those are just concerns of mine. But yeah, no, I'm not prepared to make a decision on any of these tonight. And that's not a slight at all against staff. But I think once you take staff on, you're right, you've got them. And maybe there's a way, if we were outsourcing, that we could use those staff that are there to do some of these other things that need to be done if they have the skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lafreniere. CEO?
Yeah, so I probably should have this information, but I don't, so the treasurer can correct me, but I don't believe any of us are at the City of Pembroke are working 10-hour days. So there are some flex hours in regards to working maybe 15 hours or 20 hours and then getting every second week something off. So there is no one working 10 hours. And it's been proven, and I think around the council chambers it has been talked about in regards to a flexible work schedule is actually proven the opposite of what you're saying in regards to being more productive for staff. And certainly we've found the morale has increased. So I wouldn't be, you know, that, I don't think there's any discussion there at
Okay.
all.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I kind of hear, you know, some of the discussions are around the table, and the treasurer can chime in though. But so partly what I'm hearing is that the procedural bylaw will not get done this year and possibly next year. So just be blunt about that because we just don't have the staff to do it. We will put monies in the 2025 budget for a consultant to review, and so that could be $60,000-$70,000 to review all operations. I think that's what I'm hearing. So you know, that's certainly what we can do, but I'm just saying that certain things that were on the books will not get done.
So I guess on my part, just to be clear, the two positions are non-union because payroll and the clerk's office are non-union positions. And I guess from my part, what's going to happen is that like our asset management, like we'll be doing less for asset management because I'm going to have to pull that person into taking on some more additional tasks just to catch us up, which I have been doing. But that's certainly going to put a lot of pressure on myself as well and a lot of overtime in terms of trying to meet our July 1st deadline that we have.
So if I can speak from the chair, I've worked with the treasurer closely in the last couple of years, especially on transit and as chair of finance committee. And it's a very strenuous, demanding position, and she does an excellent job, as does her staff. But we have comments here tonight. No one's making a motion, so we go forward and wait until budget time. Is that the consensus? Okay. Yes, Councillor Purcell.
Unless CAO has some preliminary requests based on budgets, like I know Parks and Rec is probably looking at 3 individuals based on their budget submissions thus far. So I mean, like we have to look at, you know, the organization as a whole and identify where our priorities are at. I don't know, right? So you must have indications in terms of operations, looking for maybe another individual or any other part of the organization looking for individuals?
Oh, okay, go.
So currently, Recreation is asking for 2 additional positions for general maintenance, and the fire chief is requesting a deputy fire chief again. And that's the extent of the additional positions that are being asked for as part of the budget.
Administration position, yeah.
And the rec programmer.
Programmer, yeah.
Yeah, so 2 for parks and an additional rec programmer. So that would be an increase in this current levels of service that we offer, not, you know, just trying to maintain existing service levels, which this request is related to.
Yes, final speaker.
And is it possible, I know that the county is looking at redoing their procedural bylaw. I just watched the video, I just watched their meeting. Is there any opportunity, they're looking at going to committee of the whole, which is, I think is something that we were kind of tossed around. Maybe there's an opportunity just to take theirs and kind of tweak it a bit to get us through. That improves the processes, so it, because I mean, a procedural bylaw really would create efficiencies. I think it will, in terms of efficiencies for, you know, the preparation, staff time, our meeting lengths, those kinds of things. So maybe we could just take what they have, you know, do a quick, maybe do an ad hoc committee. I don't mind taking a crack at it and bringing it forward to council for, you know, for review. But I think it's an opportunity where we have to do something a little bit different. If we're going to be successful, you know, with all the initiatives we have underway. I hear where you're coming from, but I do think that maybe we look at, you know, just pairing off the payroll. Let's pair off payroll and outsource it, and then, you know, that frees up time for other things too, right? So I would consider that as well. But we're only 2 months away from really budget deliberations. And, you know, there's going to be some discussions that we're going to have, some tough discussions in terms of making sure that we have the right resources in the right places. And I'm just fearful of doing that tonight, so.
So no action taken. Or CEO, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, so creating of bylaws, that's an operational, so it's not a council. Council's strategic and risk management. And so again, like, I'll just re-emphasize the fact that, so for the last like 3 to 4 weeks, you know, the clerk has had nothing to do except for PSB, and all the packages. There was, what, 9 agendas that went out tonight. 9 agendas. So to say that you're going to grab a procedural bylaw somewhere else, which is exactly what we were talking about. We've talked about, you know, that to have a procedural bylaw for the county. And so, you know, that's what we would be doing. But I'm just saying, like, there is absolutely no time for that. With the FOI requests, so it'll have to wait until 2025, 2026.
Okay, so we'll have,
Sorry. I just got reminded that elections are happening in 2026, so probably in 2027 then for a procedural bylaw. Just, you know, and totally honest about this. Like, I'm not just kind of, you know, throwing things out to be your fear factor of it, but, you know, the elections, you know, that is, again, like the primary role for the clerk in 2025 and 2026. And so, you know, the chances of any time being freed up, it's not going to happen. Elections take primary focus.
okay, so we'll have to address this at a later date, budget time. Okay. Motion to adjourn, Mayor Gervais, Councillor Plummer, those in favor? We're adjourned.
Evening, everyone. I'd like to call the striking committee for November 5th to order. Are there any disclosed pecuniary interests in relation to this committee meeting? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of this agenda. I have moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. I'd entertain a motion to extend by half an hour in the striking committee. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. The minutes from the striking committee, the last one was August 13, 2024, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor, and that is carried. Any business arising out of those minutes? Seeing none. I understand, Deputy Mayor, you have a motion to move into a closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. Motion to move into motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Ed Jacquino, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, regarding membership to the Civic Awards Committee, Pembroke Economic Development Advisory Committee, the Waterfront Development Advisory Committee, the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre, and the Pembroke Public Library Board, as per Section 2392B of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended.
Thank you. So we have a motion by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Jacquino to move into a closed session. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. We'll now move into a closed session. Striking committee and caucus was held earlier to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual or individuals, including municipal or local board employees regarding membership to the Civic Awards Committee, Pembroke Economic Development Advisory Committee, Waterfront Development Advisory Committee, Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center, and the Pembroke Public Library Board, Section 239-2B of the Municipal Act 2001. No pecuniary interests were declared. A report concerning membership changes to these various committees will be coming forward later in the agenda. Next, moving on to new business. Mr. Unruh and Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. So the City of Pembroke currently has vacancies on the Civic Awards Committee, the Pembroke Economic Development Advisory Committee, otherwise known as PDAC, and the newly formed Waterfront Development Advisory Committee. The vacancies were advertised on the city's website and social media platforms for a period of just over 2 weeks in October 2024. And striking committee and caucus was held earlier, and the recommended individuals, as presented in the recommendation, are highlighted for the appointment to the committees. As provided in the recommendations, Civic Awards Committee, Faith Campbell and Lucas Palubeski. For the Pembroke Economic Development Advisory Committee, Ron Moss and Lucas Palubeski. And for the Waterfront Development Advisory Committee, Terry Lapierre, Jerry Morris, Ron Moss, Mike Thompson, Robert Rosso, and council appointments of Deputy Mayor Abdallah and Councillor Lafreniere. Furthermore, terms of reference will be drafted for the newly developed Waterfront Development Advisory Committee and brought back to committee for approval and endorsement.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to extend by another half hour. Councillor Keel, second by Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Is there a motion in respect to the report that Madam Clerk just gave us? Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Giacono. Those in favor? And that is carried. Madam Clerk, there's a second one on here about the waste recovery and the library board.
Thank you, Your Worship. So due to a recent resignation from an individual, the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center, the Public Liaison Committee, otherwise known as the PLC, and the Pembroke Public Library Board both have vacancies. One vacancy on each, as noted in the report. So the recommendation staff is seeking is that the City of Pembroke Striking Committee directs staff to advertise for said vacancies for the PLC Committee and the Pembroke Library Board Committee. And it should be noted that the financial implications for the Pembroke Library Board, they serve for no remuneration, and the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center PLC members receive a per diem of $75 per meeting. This is based on meeting attendance, of course, and that is funded through the OVWRC.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Just a point of information, I'm the chair of the Pembroke Library Board, and the members are $50 a meeting honorarium.
Okay.
And we have 10 meetings a year.
Okay, I will
Plus, we
correct
have
that.
other meetings that they don't, like
Okay.
committee meetings and that, they don't get paid for.
Thank you for that. I will amend the minutes to reflect that accordingly.
Already budgeted for, but in any event, Councillor Keel, you had your hand up.
Motion to do that.
Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Giacono. Those in favor? That is carried. Motion to adjourn striking committee. Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Giacono. Those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. meeting to order for November 5th. We earlier had a special council meeting and there was an opening prayer reflection at that time. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in relation to this council meeting? Seeing none. A number of different minutes to proceed with. First is regular meeting of council, October 15, 2024, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? And that is carried. Then there was a special meeting of council, October 29, 2024, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? That is carried. Then we're moving to adoption of minutes, Planning and Development Committee, October 1st, 2024, moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Next is Finance and Admin, October 1st, 2024, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Striking Committee, August 13th, 2024, moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? Carried. Now we're receiving minutes from local boards. First up is Pembroke Public Library Board, September 19, 2024, moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. And receiving the last set of minutes is Ottawa Valley Waste Management Board, April 25th, 2024, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Giacono. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next up is staff and committee reports. Councillor Giacono, I understand that you have a report to bring forward.
I do, Your Worship and members of council. The Striking Committee of Council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held this evening as follows. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Purcell. The recommended individuals be appointed to the following committees. The Civic Awards Committee, Faith Campbell and Lucas Palubiski. The Pembroke Economic Development Advisory Committee, known as PDAC, Ron Moss and Lucas Palubiski. Waterfront Development Advisory Committee, Terry Lapierre, Jerry Morris, Ron Moss, Mike Thompson, Robert Rosso, Deputy Mayor Abdallah, and Councillor Lafreniere. Further, that a term of reference be drafted for the Waterfront Development Advisory Committee and brought to the committee for the approval, and bearing your approval, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Giacono. And if it's the will of council, we'll suspend rereading of this important motion to get a number of different committees up to full strength. So if that is the wish, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. I'd entertain a motion to suspend the procedural bylaw because we're way past 10. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Is carried. No bylaws this evening. Motions. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Giacono, whereas in June 2022, the Culleton, Kuziak, and Warmer Dam inquest, the Renfrew inquest, issued 86 recommendations to the province of Ontario on intimate partner violence, with the number one recommendation of the inquest is for the province of Ontario to declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic, and whereas every 6 days in Canada, women are killed by intimate partners, with rural areas seeing an increased risk of intimate partner violence. In 2023, 293 domestic violence investigations were led by the OPP in the city of Pembroke, up from 248 incidents in 2022. In this past year in Ontario, 52 women, or one every week, were victims of femicide. And whereas violence against women costs the national justice system, healthcare systems, social services agencies, and municipalities billions of dollars per year, and municipalities are on the front lines in addressing gender-based violence. And whereas the Council of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke has recognized the issues of violence against women are of local importance to the health and safety and well-being of our residents, and has demonstrated this by including it as a pillar in our community safety and well-being plan. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke declares, in accordance with Recommendation 1 of the Renfrew inquest, that intimate partner violence and violence against women are epidemics, and recognize that the Renfrew inquest is important to all communities, and Council is committed to engaging with community partners to educate and support our residents about the seriousness and long-term consequences of gender-based violence in our community. And be it further resolved that the resolution be sent to the Premier of Ontario, Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, Associate Minister of Women's Social and Economic Opportunity, the Association of Municipalities, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Thank you.
Again, If it pleases council, I'd ask that we suspend rereading of the resolution, not to take away from the seriousness of what this resolution is about. I'm more interested in hearing from Councillor Purcell in terms of comments regarding the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. So today we address intimate partner violence and the violence against women. Again, the 2022 Renfrew inquest, the number one recommendation was to declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic. In Pembroke, domestic violence cases rose from 248 in 2022 to 293 in 2023. And again, violence against women impact justice, healthcare, and local resources significantly. Council is declaring intimate partner violence and violence against women as an epidemic, and we are committed to partnering with community organizations for education and support. The resolution is to be sent to the provincial leaders urging action, and I thank you for supporting this opportunity in making our community safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. If there's no comments or questions, I'll call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next, notices of motion. Councillor Keel? I'm ahead. Too far ahead. Hence the look. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Wish to bring forward my mayor's report at this time. On October 16th, I had the pleasure of attending Highview Public School together with school board trustee Leo Boland to speak to the grade 5 students. Very pleased with the intelligent questions that were raised. Well done to all of the students. On October 18th, the CEO and I had the pleasure of meeting with our MP, Ms. Gallant, to discuss various concerns and topics. Very pleased with the discussion and look forward to our next meeting. One of the topics was bail reform. On October 19th was the Germania Club's Oktoberfest 2024. As expressed at that point, our community is so blessed to have a rich tapestry of various cultures and ethnicities. What a fabulous event to celebrate the German culture here in the heart of the valley. Thank you to the club for all that they do to ensure that the German culture is alive and well, and thank you for such a great display of culture with dancing, food, and fellowship. On October 23rd, I had the pleasure to attend the Pembroke Legion Branch 72 together with Mayor Bennett as we received the official first poppy of 2024 year. Very pleased by the welcome, hearty greeting that I've always received. On October 24th, I had the pleasure to bring greetings to the Municipal Agricultural Economic Development and Planning Conference, another great conference held here in the city of Pembroke, attracting individuals from all around to our city and county. On October 25th, the CEO and I attend MPP Akabuski's office to discuss a number of matters that were pressing pertaining to the city of Pembroke. One of the said matters is the announcement from the province to the municipalities policed by the OPP regarding the significant increase in cost of policing. Our MPP appreciated the meeting and is aware and will be discussing, will be working to address our concerns. It's unclear as to where the dust will settle, but it reinforces why we must always be looking to be fiscally responsible. He was very receptive to our attending to see him, and as I understand it, we were the only ones that went to actually personally see him about the policing increase. On October 26th, our MP and the Deputy Mayor and I attended a grand opening of Ottawa Valley supplements to the beautiful city of Pembroke. For all your supplement needs, you need only go to 130 Belmont Avenue. October 30th, I had the pleasure to attend at Vogue Cleaners and welcome the new owners of this business that have been a fixture in our community for many, many years. Congratulations to Kristen Krieger. I know you will do well in beautiful downtown Pembroke. November 1st, I attended the grand opening of a new paramedic station in Eganville that I alluded to earlier. As I expressed at the opening, Pembroke and the County of Renfrew have never collaborated as well as we do now. I provided thanks to the MPP, the warden, and all county staff, and most of all, the paramedic team under the leadership of Mike Nolan for all that they do to provide much-needed services to the entire county, including the city. Bravo to everybody in making that a reality. On November 3rd, I had the pleasure to attend the Pembroke Lumber Kings game to honor Pembroke Lumber King assistant coach Joseph Aruda, who received the Quilt of Valor for his time in the military. And as always, go Kings, go. Today, the CEO and I attended the Algonquin Master Plan Development at the Algonquin College as a community partner. And certainly anything we can do to assist the college as they develop a master plan that will look towards 10 to 15 years in the future, we should do to assist them. At an earlier council meeting, we had invited Stan Halliday, and he gave a report in respect to the Terry Fox run. He has provided me a report, and he raised, through his efforts alone, $6,534. Certainly well done, Stan, and we are all very proud of you and enjoy having you in our community. On a sad note, wish to provide to council to ensure that you are aware of this, that our auditor for the city of Pembroke, Fred Sinclair, passed on October 23rd. He always provided information to council in a concise fashion that allowed for good comprehension, and he will be missed by all of us. As always, stay safe and be kind to one another. Now, notices of motion, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just of note, my prior notice given last week, I'm withdrawing that motion, or not proceeding with it, such that it's withdrawn. And then I have a number of notices of motion for the next council meeting. Notice of motion regarding the declaration of illegal and toxic drug use as a crisis. Notice of motion, City of Pembroke efforts re illegal and toxic drug use. Notice of motion, municipal request to federal and provincial governments to provide resources and tools to combat illegal and toxic drug use. Notice of motion, municipal request to federal government for new laws and more severe and new sentencing options concerning the illegal importing, trafficking, and sale of controlled substances. Notice of motion, municipal request to provincial government to enact new laws and regulations to deal with drug houses and other drug-related nuisance properties. Notice of motion, requests to the Ontario Provincial Police Upper Ottawa Valley Detachment, Pembroke, to attend before the Council of the City of Pembroke to present an actionable plan to combat local drug crime, drug-related crime, drug trafficking, and the establishment of drug houses in the City of Pembroke. Notice of motion, request for more frequent OPP foot patrols. Notice of motion, municipal law enforcement measures re illegal and toxic drug use. Notice of motion, making illegal the littering, disposing, or depositing of drugs, drug residue, or drug paraphernalia on private property. And notice of motion, community improvement plan grant for the purchasing of new security systems with a public benefit and promotion of the CamSafe program.
Thank you. Next up is councillor updates. Are there any, Deputy Mayor?
Well, the main one I want to talk about is October 25th. We had our fundraiser for Got You in Mind, Blanche Miro and volunteers at the store. We had a good attendance. Councillor Keel came to support. Appreciate that. And we had 6 or 7 live bands. I want to thank all of the musicians who performed, the volunteers, the Fitzy Sports Bar for hosting the event. And we raised close to $2,000. The final tally hasn't been determined yet. There's still money coming in, but even that amount helps keep the store going, pay the expenses. And as I said before, Blanche is like a social enterprise. Got You in Mind. They get referrals from agencies. They don't receive any funding, and sometimes she gives out more than she receives. So we want to support her, and we want to thank the community for supporting Blanche. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Jacquinot?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a 68-page report here I'd like to read, but due to the lateness of the evening, I think I'll make a small précis. This is to do with the County of Renfrew and social services. First of all, Your Worship, we've had a number of indications from the province that reading through the lines or between the lines, I think that the province is finally starting to understand that a great deal of the downloading that they gave to the small municipalities years ago is coming back to bite them. And one of the references here in particular is from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. There's amount of dollars being transferred to the County of Renfrew, the amount of $2,673,100. $2,673,100, and that's an increase of $700,000 from previous. And this is a statement that just blows me away. The ministry is reinstating the previous funding model with a few modifications to better address evolving needs. So that sends to me a message, Your Worship. We talked about it tonight, about the homeless, that, they put all of these pressures onto the smaller communities. Now they're understanding that they can't do it by themselves. They're coming back with a new funding model. So it is my hope that through Councillor Purcell and yourself, through your actions and negotiating with the county and the province, that we can hold their feet to the fire. We cannot continue to do what we're doing without breaking the backs of the taxpayer. On another note, Your Worship, the Housing Authority, which I sit on that particular board, and as you know, the Renfrew County Housing Authority receives money from the City of Pembroke, and they distribute the funds consequently to cover costs. Some of the staff have been taking training in regards to hoarding issues, something you wouldn't think about, but people living in social housing, some of them have afflictions of mental illness, and part of it is hoarding. Hoarding is a mental disease. People cannot leave or give away, they have sentimental value to everything that they've ever come across in their lives, and some of the basements are full to the ceiling. It creates a fire hazard, first of all. So staff has been trained on how to handle these situations. So that's one of two items that I thought I'd bring to your attention. These reports will be available for you. I'll leave them with the CAO for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports? Seeing none. I understand, Councillor Giacono, if I can get you to stand again, motion to move into a closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, excuse me, moved by myself and seconded by Andrew Plummer, who was here previously, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality or local board as per section 293, subsection 2-C, as it relates to an offer to purchase land in the McCool Business Park. Waiting your approval.
So just for anyone that is watching, so Councillor Plummer had to leave, and so as such, the motion moved by Councillor Giacono, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality or local board as per section 239, sub 2, sub C, as it relates to offer to purchase in the McCool Business Park. Those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into a closed session.